Why, hello there, misfits. Welcome to our Skeptic Bible Study episode, Aaron's Magic Rod. Oh my.
Aaron Ra.
Aaron Ra, of course, the one and only. Then, we talk about how to redeem your firstborn sons. Something you need to know in your heyday.
In case God hasn't killed them yet.
In case he hasn't burned them for strange fire. Tithing, because obviously. And a big old red cow. So come join that big old red heifer, baby. So come join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, as we swing into the book of Numbers. Woohoo! Welcome, everyone. I want to thank you for joining us out there on the intertubes. No idea how they do it, but if you have your booster shot, now is the time to activate your 5G chip.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Good. It works back then. It works now, James. It always works. But yes, if you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow out there on the Twitch world. Hi, Twitch world. Or subscribe. Woohoo! And set that bell icon to all so you can join our live streams. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's like emitting the interwebs that we get from our
Wi-Fi mushroom.
A Wi-Fi mushroom, exactly. And all right, with that, we're just going to hand it right over to Gilbert so he can explain what we're about to read.
Gilbert, get off the can. It's time.
Here we go.
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Woohoo!
Did you all see those internet memes?
I know, it's those hot internet memes.
Our Discord has been taken over by Rod Stewart memes today.
Dun, dun, dun. And sending love to everybody in chat. There will be a chance once we get through the chapters to join in the open mic, but feel free to tag us with your comments, questions, or
insults,
thought bubbles, insults. We'll take it all, baby. At Amy Newman or James W. We're watching, baby.
We're
Sending
watching.
fun. But you can
Amy
find
knows
our...
when you've been sleeping. She knows when you're awake. She's always watching.
That's right, baby. But our housekeeping, and as Gilbert said, is sponsored by our Patreon.
Woo-hoo.
Because they are who enable us to make such awesome content.
Yeah.
That's right, baby. Which you can find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons. Like we're going into, I think we're into the end of phase 4 now. We're into the end game, baby. KO champ.
Co-champ.
Yeah, baby. Thank you so much, Co-champ. But not just Co-champ, but also us from the Atheist Roundtable. Boom. And
The Tang Gang, yes.
Tang Gang, yo. I wouldn't say old-fashioned in that because it's really, now we get 2 scoops. Now we get Tart and Tang. Tang Gang, yo.
Tardy Tang.
Hardy Tang. And we're still getting the better event on, baby. So
it's still coming up.
On sale now if you're looking for better conversations, if you're looking to connect with a better non-believer or ally community, if you're just looking to have a better day.
If you just want to see Dr. Josh.
Anyway, sending love, Oz. And also
thank you, Oz.
From Ian Davenport.
Ian, our loyal Facebook viewer.
You know, they say that love, you know, God is love and all that other stuff, but I'm pretty sure it's the chemicals and us making our heart go faster.
God is love.
All that other stuff, but who knows?
X likes chocolate.
Hey, I can define love as chocolate.
X likes chocolate.
Oh, not that kind of chocolate.
Yeah, that's God kind of love. He's the X likes chocolate of Valentine's Day.
Look,
it's chocolate, good. But you don't want to eat it.
I think I was just watching that Rick and Morty episode the other night. There's always something that there's always a catch. Okay.
Wait.
No free lunch.
Was that like Weekend at Jesus's, where the disciples towed his dead body around to pretend he's alive?
Yes. Or I could.
But
sending love.
To trace out the Shroud of Turin there.
Got the Shroud of Turin. I like to think of it more as a cape. It just has an imprint from being a superhero and your radiation just blasts off the front. Makes way more sense. It could have been a wrap from a dead guy, but who knows? Came back to life, but his body disappeared. Convenient.
Coming back in. Well, went to heaven. He'll be back any day now.
Oh, does that happen to us? Well, your body actually stays in the ground.
But it will one day. One day God will take it to heaven. Yeah, there you go.
But for some reason,
unless you're Catholic, then the Virgin Mary also went to heaven.
Oh, she went to heven too? But I just don't get it.
In Catholicism.
Why does his body have to go and no one else?
Because he's God.
Because he's God. But when we hear claims like that, it makes us and Grumpy, a grumpy old cuss, go, bung, bung, bung. We're like, what the hell? And then the YouTube censors kind of bat us down. No, we love you, YouTube overlords. We love you.
Not as much as we love Grumpy, though.
Love Grumpy. That's right. Sending love to a grumpy old cuss. Newman. Fuck us. F-U-C.
What does that spell?
What does that spell? A great weekend. Anyway, sending love also to 3 princesses in one. Diana
White,
Smith!
Cinderella and Sleeping Beauty, or Jasmine.
Yes, and I think Mulan. It's a trifecta.
Mulan on there too.
Absolute trifecta. And for whatever reason, or for reasons that are probably obvious, I like going to karaoke and singing "I'll Make a Man Out of You." Just makes everyone in the bar feel comfortable. Anyway, moving on.
Great transition, Amy. Wonderful transition.
Exactly. Look, sometimes we just need to transition into transition so we can transition. Anyway, Pat, we're sending love as we prepare for our 4th episode of Talk Skeptic to Me, the show where we get experts or people with experience to talk to these two schmucks.
Episode 4 is always amazing.
And there might even be, who knows, a special.
Another misfit.
Uh-oh, another misfit? Dun,
Yep.
dun, dun.
Someone else who has done the academic research and gone looking for evidence of Christianity and came up lacking.
But we don't want to spoil too much.
No, we don't want to spoil too much.
That's just the teaser trailer.
A tidbit.
The tidbit. So sending love to Pat! Archaeology power. Woohoo! And also, as we gather all of the skeptics and we ask, probably the thing I've been harping on.
Moonlight? Do we get grab Moonlight?
Baby. Do you want down? Do you want down or up? You think
Moonlight
about
looks
it.
very skeptical about that offer.
Very skeptical. What do you think?
Skeptical cat.
Very skeptical. We're just asking for empirical evidence. It's funny. I have my baby boy over here, and I can go like boop, boop, boop. Woo.
Nope.
Physical evidence of existence. Don't have to go to, are we vats? Are we in the Matrix?
Are we sentient?
None of that stuff. We don't have to create syllogisms even. As much as I love syllogisms and I love philosophy and a good old 2 premises and a conclusion, I would like you to also test that in the physical world.
Yeah, you ain't getting
And so
that.
with Dale Pastel. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, neither is Dale. Have an angry orchard because you're not getting evidence of God.
Not getting evidence. Shake weights. But also, that round and thick earth as Dave Gar sits on top and goes, is it a fisheye lens?
We got Dave Gar in chat too. Yeah.
Hi, Dave Gar!
Yeah, he's one of those Lincolnist round earthers, Dave Gar. He's very
You damn round earthers. You just believe whatever you're given. Haven't you ever heard of the government? Are you really with that? And data, you're going to believe data from someone else. Please.
I mean,
anyway, let me take a look at my GPS and let me figure out all the things that I'm doing for other people. Technology apps. But hey.
You've got that. I've got a map, and look, it's flat. Look. It's flat.
It's super flat. And yet, well, James, a picture's flat too. So if you think about it, if we took a picture of this, it would come up as 2-dimensional. So think about it.
But according to Einstein's theory, the universe is flat. So what we're doing, we're conflating different categories of flatness when you do that fallacy. It's a category error, as Darth Dawkins would say.
And I just consider a good pancake flat.
Yeah, the pancake model for the Earth.
The pancake model. Exactly. In the beginning, there were pancakes.
And God poured some syrup and got some butter. And he put the syrup in the microwave.
Careful now. Don't make a no true Scotsman, because I hear that some Scotsmen don't like porridge on their pancakes. But that's just what some people have been telling me. I don't know.
Moonlight doesn't like those props on that shelf because he's thinking about jumping up there, but...
Well, it's like, ooh, all these interesting toys. It's a stuffy. It'll be fine.
You
No.
don't. I don't even want to think of the kind of toys that are over there.
Do 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 do. And I'm
Yeah.
do
Yeah,
do
we
do
know.
do. And I'm sorry. I'm contractual. Once I begin, I am contractually obligated to finish that song. You hear that, YouTube copyright? Yeah. Anyway.
No, they didn't get it. Oh,
Sending love to an equal cat, well, at least a carnivore, our favorite hyena of the pack, Scott Duke.
Scott Duke. Amy's cat's name is Moonlight. The big
That's
black cat.
right. He is a beautiful moonlight in Somerset.
I don't doubt that, Amaretto, not for 1 second. She says her collection is bigger.
Oh my. First of all, that's what she said. Second of all, I'll take it.
Sounds like a good time.
Anyway, also, our thespian skull, as we read the Bible tonight in our Skeptic Bible Studies, you have to understand that God, he has a poetic way of killing people. And you need to really feel it. When he says, thou shalt not have any other gods or I'm going to you up, you need to really go back to that traditional type of old speak. So that's why we have our thespian.
You have your
tonight
baseball bat prop?
Why? Good sir.
So what does God say about worshiping other gods?
Well, you know, the funny thing about that, you could have another god and could meet Mr. Friend over here. He just likes to help people remind, you know, who's in boss, who's in control.
He's from Louisville.
Ah, exactly. And honestly, he loves you. You need to understand. He's doing it because he loves you. He burns you forever because in his heart of hearts, he's doing it for you.
I mean, if he's nice, maybe he'll just crack a few ribs, you know.
Crack a few ribs open.
That'll teach you a lesson.
People. That's right. I still don't know why the devil would be torturing people in hell, but logistics are not exactly religion's strong suit.
Oh, we got to cover that at some point. That'll be coming up.
And last, but certainly not least, we're sending much love to Rachel Holland.
Rachel.
Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. That's right, baby. Though no slavery in the Bible. Remember, James, there is absolutely no slavery in the Bible. I've looked, and if you ignore the vast first few books, actually, there's almost no talk about slavery, until you get to the New Testament and they affirm it. But except for that.
I mean, it could be just a jobs program, right?
It's just a jobs program. Exactly. Everyone needs a job. Whether they pay you or not, come on. That's not really the point of a job, is it?
I mean, Amy, if they don't feed you, you'll die, and then you won't be able to do work for them, right? So they at least have to feed you enough to keep you alive, right?
Exactly.
If you get sick and die, then you won't be able to work for them, so they have to take care of you when you're sick. See? There you go. It's good. It's safe. It's everybody benefits.
Just enough food to stay alive.
You won't die.
Staying alive.
And if you don't like working 18 hours a day, Amy's got her bat for you.
Oh, that's right, baby. Once again, we learned where the complaint department was in an episode or two ago. And spoiler alert, it's being dead. Anyway, during our Skeptic Bible study, we try to greet everyone on screen. Hi, everyone. But we also want to read your thought bubbles out loud so that you can comment on all the wisdom that you're experiencing. Or Tell us where us non-believers are getting it wrong. We had it wrong the whole time, James. It was like you said, they're just trying to get people back to work 7 days a week.
Well, 6 because they get the Sabbath off. Remember,
you get always
Don't
that
try to-
silver
yeah.
lining. Don't want a straw man. 6
That's
days.
why we
is
have to
slavery.
execute people for working on the Sabbath. Otherwise, the slaves would have to work.
Yeah, well, James, if someone had sticks in their hand, even on the Sabbath, come on. It's the Sabbath. You gotta kill them. And if you don't believe me, check the Bible. Holy
I
moly.
mean, that's what God himself came down to run court for the day.
Well, he's been first person a lot lately.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, afterwards, we will be switching into the open mic. But if this is your first time to the series, you may be asking yourself, what kind of Bible are we about to read? Well, fantastic question. The Cat Bible, which brings us to our categories.
Before
Categories,
we begin,
you say?
I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes, I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Woohoo!
Here we go.
That's
Into them
right,
men's
baby.
jar.
Sending love to everybody out there. I see John Vance also, and X Music, and Da Freak, and God equals the square root of one.
Square root.
As I hit things for sound effect and
Visitor,
Foley
X
reasons.
Music, Donna,
Woohoo!
the Freak. Holy fuck.
But yes, with that, everyone, da 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 da.
Do it to me.
Do it to me, baby.
Yeah, the dog is out.
Hi, Papa. With that, la da da da. Welcome everyone to our Skeptic Bible Study. On the previous episode, Korah's rebellion, not the good one, not the animated series. Moses defends himself against the rebellion. God decided to kill everyone again because, reasons. And a kill count certainly got racked up. Look,
Pasta the Vista, baby.
He was trying to hit a new score, but how can you really hit a new score when you already have planet? You would need to have 2 planets in order to top that score.
Well, yeah, I mean, he couldn't top that day-by-day score, but his count just keeps on running, so...
Look, it's hard. Hard being a
Plus, he's got all those people from the flood, even though he hasn't brought hell into the picture yet. Trust us, they're still down there. They're still burning, and he's enjoying every minute of watching them.
Still so much fun to come. And in this episode, Aaron's magic rod. Aaron gets a hot magic rod. Oh my. Then we talk about how to redeem your firstborn sons, as you do, tithing, as they definitely do, and a big old red cow, sponsored by Wendy's.
Should have an appearance by Creflo Dollar or Joel Osteen for the tithing portion to
I
really
know.
hammer that home.
Look, sometimes you really got to get those seed donations. But welcome,
Not just
everyone.
about money, but it is about money too. It's money too.
A little bit. Maybe a little bit of trying to get your own plane. But besides
Thank
that.
you, the freak, for that comment about Aaron Ra.
But yes, everyone, we are in the book of Numbers, chapter 17, which means I think we're halfway, more than halfway of Numbers. Let's see here. 36. We're hitting that halfway mark, ladies and gentlemen.
Halfway.
That's right. Nice and hot as we get into Aaron's magic.
And Deuteronomy is
rod.
only going to get even hotter.
Oh, my. And all right, we got 3 things on the category. We got, of course, as we're reading the Bible, the first thing I always think of when I read the Bible is a good laugh. Isn't that what you remember when you were reading the Bible?
Like Abraham's wife laughing at God.
Exactly. You gotta, every once in a while, laugh at an omnipotent creator of the universe. It kind of cleanses you.
Hasta la vista. Baby.
Hasta la vista, baby. But also, we got a scooping of violence. Who doesn't love
You knew
violence?
that was coming. Come on.
We knew that was coming. But violence is nothing, of course, without injustice.
Because if it's justified, that would just make it boring. But now violence, when it's not justified or needed, that's a God kind of violence.
Exactly. That's the kind of thing that only deities do.
Just wanton indiscretion killing, God style.
And all right, let's get into it.
Omnipotent creator
Chapter
of the universe.
17,
Yes.
Aaron's magic rod. And the Lord spak, the Lord Bob, in fact, spak onto Charlton Heston, our main man, who, honestly, he hasn't gotten a better contract in a long while. This dude has been around since, I guess, the 10 Commandments and that whole shtick, but he's been doing God's secretary work
He's
for
been
kind of
God's
a while
bitch.
now. He's kind of become God's bitch, along with Aaron. They are micromanaging the shit out of people that end up rebelling against God. Funny how that
God
works.
wakes up in the morning. What can I do to fuck with Aaron Ra and Charlton Heston today? What can I do? What can I do? Demand more sacrifices, more offerings, kill more people. What to do today?
Oh, the choices. Oh, the choices. Anyway, speak unto the children of Israel, Shmishmael, and take every one of them a hot, thick rod, according exactly to Ron Stewart, to the house of Lannister, of their fathers, of all their princesses, according to the house of their fathers, 12 hot rods. Oh, God damn it, Lannisters. No. Write thou every man's name upon that big hot rod. And thou...
Write it like with marker or tattoo it on there. That would be...
Oh, baby. Depends. How committed are you?
Yeah.
So what did we just say? God said to Moses, tell the Israelites to get 12 rods, which really sounds like a Final Fantasy type of quest here, but whatever. One from each tribe, and write the name of a man from each tribe on it. Always a good sign from a God.
You do not want to be the man whose name is written on that rod. I'm just saying bad things are going to happen.
Yeah, I would not be the volunteer in that group. And thou shalt take out a big fat pen and write Aaron Ra's name. Oh man, he had like half of his lineage killed by this god. He's still sticking around. But Aaron's name will be upon that rod of Levi's genes. Oh, well, I will say that may show, depending on how big the rod is, nonetheless.
Through the genes, yeah.
Through the
It
genes.
happens, yeah.
It happens. For one big hot rod shall be for the head of the house of their fathers, of course.
You got to check the genes out, make sure they've got enough room down there. You don't want them.
You need to make sure the rods will fit.
Will the rods fit, Amy?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes you gotta stuff. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, and thou shalt lay them up in the tabernacle, the tent that we built a book or so ago, which is our fabulous flying portable tent. It doesn't fly. I wish it did. Of the congregation, who we don't really get to talk to unless they decide to rebel. Then they get names and die. Anyway, before the testimony, where I will meet with you. Oh my. Oh, see, look. He said that Jesus wanted a personal relationship. All right, he's coming down. Though I'm going to be honest with you, in the Old Testament, when he comes down to meet with you, it is not good results. I'm just saying. It's not like Oprah. You're not like everyone is going to be walking away with a car. It's going to be like, and you're dead, and you're dead, and you're dead. Everyone.
Didn't the last time he came down, they were complaining about the food, so he made them eat until they exploded.
Yo, that was some saw shit. I mean, it sounds like we're talking.
Oh, you don't like the food.
Fedora,
the quails, yeah.
It sounds Fedora atheist. He gave them food. They were like, oh my God, you took us out of Egypt.
We get this fucking manna. We don't like it. It's gross.
And God was like, oh, these freaking... I took them out of Egypt. Now they're asking for food. You want food? I'll give you food. He gave them quails. And as they were eating the quails, he killed them. Like some freaking soprano mafia.
Yeah.
The mafia boss really does keep on coming up a little bit too often. What is up, Nick in the house?
Is it reminds me of the king in the Middle Ages who supposedly had a problem with the nobles, so he invited them all over for dinner and then torched the place while they were eating.
Yeah, I mean, this is some medieval freaking Games of Thrones / Saw, because what the hell? Got to be a little sadistic.
But praise him, worship him,
praise him, praise him, and worship him.
He's so wonderful.
He's so amazing that you get to just tell him that over and over and over. Forever, mind you. But if you have a harp, you can do it in a harp. And it shall come to pass, not like a kidney stone, that the man's big fat hot rod, whom I shall choose. All this is like one of the dating shows. Shall blossom. Who will God choose?
Bachelor.
Exactly. God's going to give someone a rose.
Except it kills them.
Except it kills them. And I will make to cease from me the murmurings, you gosh darn murmurers, of the children of Israel Shmishmael, whereby they murmur against you. And I'm kind of scared of mummers parades. And so no murmuring. No, not going to have it. Sorry. Gone. You and your murmurs. So what did they actually say? Lay the rods in the tabernacle in the front of the testimony. I'll meet with you there. I'll choose one of the rods and make it blossom. That will make the murmurs stop murmuring against you. Fantastic.
Great plan.
Great plan. This is like a how-to guide.
Why did I come up with that?
Look, you ever have mummers in your drain or they get stuck on the roof or something, this is your YouTube video to watch. And Charlton Heston, our main man, has a long beard at this point, spack all over onto the children of Israel Shmishmael, and every one of the princesses gave him
longer than Will Stewart's.
Much
longer.
Woo-hoo! Gave him a big fat rod apiece. Oh man, I think I saw this on Pornhub. For each princess, one, according to their mother's houses, even 12 big hot rods.
Even 12?
Even 12. Not 13, though. That would be a little bit too many
The rod
rods.
of Aaron was among those rods. Wow.
Ooh. This is
Like
like
a combining of the rods.
I was going to say, is this how they make Bible Power Rangers? Are we about to touch rods? Is this how this works?
Oh, they combine the rods to make the thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Or Captain Planet, How to Summon Jesus.
Captain Yahweh, it's
He's
his
an
planet.
asshole.
He's gonna bring population almost down to 0. Anyway, and Moses, our main man, Charlton Heston, laid up those thick rods before
He
the
made 'em go
Lord
up?
Bob. Oh, he made him go up, made him rise. He put it right in front of the Lord Bob in the tabernacle of witness, which kind of sounds like an EverQuest object, but whatever. And it came to pass.
It came?
It came.
Already. All
Look.
12.
Fast. That on the morrow, Charlton Heston went into the tabernacle, the great, wonderful, it's bigger on the inside, the tabernacle of witness, and behold, pancakes, the rod of Aaron. Oh my, I see it. It's lovely.
Aaron Ra's rod.
I'm looking at it with my 2 eyes. For the house of Levi's jeans was budded and brought forth buds. Oh, at least he's supplying. Hey, welcome.
It blossomed. There were flowers blossoming under that bed.
Blossoming. Oh my. Oh, finally, we're getting a date with God. It's about damn time. Let's see if someone doesn't die. Bloom blossoms and yielded almonds. All right, we're getting sexier.
Who doesn't love a good almond?
Look, if Yahweh is
Almond
going to
milk.
start to put, I was gonna say I was hoping for roses and almonds, but who knows with the
the candied almonds.
Very sweet, but no, Yahweh doesn't seem like a candy kind of guy. And Charlton Heston brought out all the rods. Oh my! He grabbed each one in his hand, and they were mighty. From before the Lord unto all the children of Israel, Shmishmael, and they looked and they took every man his rod.
We got Peter in the house commenting on Aaron Ra's rod.
Woohoo! I know. What is up, Peter?
Hey, Peter.
Peter, did you know that Aaron Ra had an entire chapter about his big old rod? I didn't know. 12 rods, really, if you think about it. Coming together. It just gets me tingly. Anyway, what did we just read? Moses delivered God's message to the Israelites, and each of the 12 princes gave Moses a rod from their tribe. Totally makes sense. Moses put the rods in front of God in the tabernacle. Keyword, in front of God. So you can actually be in front of God, ladies and gentlemen.
With your rod in your hand?
With your rod.
Or
12.
12 rods in your hand. Yeah.
And
you've got big hands, Amy, but those are that's a tall order.
My.
6
I don't
inch
know. Look, I
Does that
do a
break your
lot of
record?
shake weight exercises, but I don't know if I can get 12 rods. I don't know. I mean, challenge accepted, though.
If anybody can do it, you can do it.
Yes. Aaron's rod buds, blooms, and yields almonds. Science, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Yeah,
Bible,
perfect.
scientifically accurate in every detail.
We got the science. And if you just joined us, we are reading Numbers chapter 17. We're reading the often quoted chapters I'm sure you guys remember hearing in Sunday school and Hebrew school. And the Lord Bob said unto Charlton Heston, bring Aaron Rod's fat rod again, right up before everybody else for testimony, to be kept for a token against the rebels. Oh man, you're gonna bring rebels, and is Vader in here? Uh-oh. And
That's not a lightsaber, Amy.
That's not a lightsaber. And then never cross streams. And thou shalt quite take away their murmurings from me. Mummer, what is with you and Mummers parades? Did you get did someone scare you? Was the music too loud? I'm so sorry.
I'll hit you so hard with this, you'll go flying that way.
Mummerings from me that they die not. And Charlton Heston did so because he does everything. Unless he's falling on his face, which is a thing that happens, which too often actually for a book that is supposedly Holy Scripture. As the Lord Bob commanded him, did he get on his knees. Oh, yeah, baby.
Not as fast as Amy does, but almost as fast.
Well, I don't want to brag, but and the children of Israel Smishmael spak onto Moses, our main man, Charlton Heston, and he was like, Jesus, just talk. I'm right here. You don't have to smack it all over me.
Why don't you just talk to the children of Israel, Shmishmael?
I have no idea why God does any of this stuff. I actually do, because this was made by humans for a mythic structure, obvious reasons, and anything you take away from that draws you into the absolute absurdity where no logistics make sense. Nonetheless, hi everyone, we're reading Numbers chapter 17. So much fun. And the Israelites spacked all over Moses saying, behold, we die, we perish, we all perish. They were super extra about it.
That got dark.
It did. It escalated quickly, as it often does in the Bible. Whosoever cometh.
We won't tell her, Nick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Have one of the mods delete the comment so she doesn't see it before she sees it.
Jazz hands, anything near onto the tabernacle, it's bigger on the inside, of the Lord Bob shall die. Oh, by the way, totally not something a supervillain would say, but, whatever. Woohoo! We should be normalizing atheism. The A word gets so much hate in the frickin' United States of America.
We love you, Nick. It does.
Woo-hoo.
It does. Atheism. It does get a lot of misunderstanding, and I think we tackled a little bit about that last stream with Mr. Barack Lurie.
Yeah, that guy we're going to have to do over and over and over again. That's what she said. And no, that guy, check out our last episode. James just introduced me to this gentleman, and my goddess.
It's a walking meme of bad Christian arguments.
Just triggered. It's another one of, some people are just triggered by our existence. Like the fact that there are non-believers, they're just like, no. That is the
sunflower.
Well, it's just, they can't even live in harmony. It is generally no, atheism is going to cause the destruction of the earth. And
everybody has to play along with the delusion.
Oh, also,
they don't.
Who's wishing for the destruction of the earth? Oh, it's you guys.
Good destruction.
Right. Yeah, it's the good destruction. That's right.
They just want us all to play along with the delusion. That way they can pretend that it makes sense and that they don't have to worry about death. Because they get to live forever and be happy. But those damn atheists over there don't think so.
Though not the Old Testament. I will say, everyone in here, at least once they die, they die. So there is that. But yes, we just came, but after that, anything near onto the tabernacle of the Lord, Bob shall die. Definitely what the good guy says. Shall we be consumed with dying? Wow, I don't know. This is, once again, we're speaking of the God of love, right, James? This is the guy that we could never even give an example of.
I think he put his love hat off to the side. He's got his God of War cap back on now, or his jealousy, whatever.
Yeah, he has a little bit of the good cop seems to be hiding. let's just say the bats are out. God said
The
to
inmates are
Moses,
running heaven.
yeah, put Aaron's rod in front of the testimony as a sign of the rebels. How are there even rebels? Like, they say we can't make fun of
Constantly.
God. They're like, you can't rebel against God. Let me tell you something. For someone who can't be rebelled against, often a lot of rebels. Just an awful, awful lot of rebels for a guy who can't be
Only makes
rebelled
sense
against.
from a Calvinist perspective, because they would say God is making them rebel, just so he can punish them for his own amusement,
Just for his glory.
which is repulsive, but whatever. But on the other side of that, no, if you don't think that, then the fact that God would have enemies and rebellions just doesn't make sense. Who would rebel against an omnipotent God?
They always ask us, would you rebel? And we always say yes, or at least a lot of them. Well, there are some, I would actually say you hear Matt Dillahunty, who would say probably get same answer, squished. We could rebel. I don't know how long we'd last, but we'd have more integrity than the guy who forgot to put don't own humans as property on the 10 Commandments. Forgot that.
That's the thing. Like they say, even if God showed you he exists, you still wouldn't worship him.
Yeah, that's the other one. They ask, what kind of evidence would you like? As soon as we say, well, empirical, I don't know. Can you get him to come down here? Even if he came down here, I was gonna say, even if he came
wouldn't worship him.
Hot, you wouldn't worship him. Well, worship isn't in the equation. We're talking about beliefs, okay?
Right.
Let's prove that they exist. He, she, whatever you want. Then
worship is a totally separate question.
Yeah, worship. Yeah.
But from what we know of him so far, the odds of anybody being able to worship him with a good conscience is not very good.
Yeah, he doesn't. He has a kill count. Yo, if you have a kill count, I'm just saying, I don't.
They would put like the worst supervillain humans to shame.
Are you Dexter? What are you doing out here? At least. All right, so rebels. Rebel. That'll stop them from murmuring against me. Yeah, totally. And stop me from killing them. How nice of you. Moses did as God commanded. It's kind of his thing. The Israelites said to Moses, behold, we die. We all die. Which is exactly what people say when they die. Behold, we die. We all die. Yeah.
And all the rods came at once.
All the rods came at once, baby. Whoever gets near God's tabernacle will die. Why? Is he that touchy?
Yeah.
I guess he is.
It's fucking mobile tent carried around by flying unicorns. You don't get near that shit.
Don't get near that shit. He'll freaking burn you off the face of the earth. Shall we be consumed with dying? Well, I don't know. A little bit. Anyway, Peter says if it turns out Yahweh exists, I'll allow him to worship me. My joke has always been get him to prove that he's real, and if the things in the Bible happen, we can figure out what kind of therapy we can get him into to the point where he's actually a guy worth forgiving again. That's what I would... Because this dude, but I agree with you, Peter. And
a padded room for a long, long time.
He's got issues. He got so bad issues. He's not know how to parent. He sucks at it.
He sucks at almost everything, and he doesn't even get it because he knows everything, right? He still screws up time after time after time.
Yeah, I don't even know how exactly like a human.
We don't have perfect knowledge, so we can at least have a reason why we make mistakes.
And if I didn't say love, what is up? I think I said Atheist Junior.
Hey, Atheist Junior.
Woohoo! But just so much dying for the God of love. But whatever. And all right, we're moving along. Having so much fun. We just got done with some big fat rods. And with that, we're moving on.
Amy's juggling rods.
Dum, 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 dum. Into the book of Numbers, chapter 18. Instructions for priests.
Again.
Oh my. I mean, this is, I think, the third time, if not more. At least twice. I know of at least twice that he has left explicit instructions for priests.
At least twice, yeah. This is at least number 3.
Sup, Mubarak? Sup, Tinkle? Woohoo!
We got, hey, Mubarak.
And all right. Instructions for priests, because that's kind of his thing. It's time to get another helping of stabby, stabby, stabby. But not just stabby, stabby, stabby. As you see our categories over here, we get some more injustice. It's a good combo, ladies and gentlemen. And oh my goddess. Hold on.
Tinkle, tinkle.
Hold on.
Or tinkle, tink.
Are you telling me
What it?
Contra?
Newman.
No,
Go back.
no, there couldn't. There's contradictions in the Bible?
Where?
What? Oh, they're going to have to prove it to us.
I mean, I guess Ken hoping to have some time to think about that.
Yeah.
30 days to think that over.
30-day money-back guarantee, in fact. But not only that, but of course, a little bit of our sad octopus, a little bit of intolerance. He doesn't like other sea creatures, but he's actually just met one or two, and he's trying to become, I don't know.
He's trying not to kill him?
Not to stab.
Why are you
going to burn things on people? No. I don't know. The Bible loves its in-group and its out-group, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, instructions for priests. We are moving past the halfway mark now, baby. In the fourth
coming in hard.
Bible. Coming in hard. And the Lord Bob said unto the Aaron Ra, the one, the only, thou and thy sons and thy father's house.
Sons I haven't killed.
Yes, the ones I kind of haven't, smoted.
Yeah.
With thee shall kind of get a bear. Oh, wait. No. Different kind of bear. The antiquity, not that kind of bear. The antiquity of the sanctuary. Oh, our last episode. And thou sons with thee shall bear the antiquity of your priesthood. Is that a euphemism? Are you holding your priesthood?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a word. That's one of God's famous word salads in there.
Oh, my. What is up, Brian Stevens?
Hey, Brian.
Sending love. Mwah.
God's tossing salad again.
Tossing salad. And thy brethren, also of the tribe of Levi's genes. $4.99 on
Boot
sale
cut.
now. Boot cut, exactly. You think that God's a boot cut kind of guy? He doesn't like it tight. Probably
Skinny jeans.
Skinny jeans.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Well, I actually think that God is in his skinny jeans phase right now. Apparently, he gets a little bit less emo. That's what they tell me. I haven't seen it, but we'll see. The tribe of thy mother bring thou with thee, and that they may be joined unto thee, and minister up all in this house. But thou and thy sons, well, they're going to minister before the tabernacle of witness as soon as we craft 3 more of them, because you can't just have a single tabernacle of witness. I feel like you got to get one for everybody.
But then we would need more unicorns to carry those around.
More unicorns. I know exactly. That's true.
So you're creating one. You're solving one problem. You're creating 2 more.
James, do we need more? Do we need many unicorns, or do we just need one Baraka? Now you're thinking.
That would be kind of funny. Like God's doing this play, and then just Muhammad flies by, and God's like, "No, wrong movie."
I'll be honest, Doorknob Hev. That's true. These were special, awesome 4-9. These were jeans from Five Below. So it was a different type. They were just sweatpants.
Yeah, fake denim.
Fake denim. I know. Well, I mean, I
Amy,
guarantee
do all your jeans have the crotch cut out?
Oh my!
And this hole on the backside. Why do you have a hole back there, Amy?
Sometimes you need to know how God finds His glory, and other times, James, you need to find how I find mine. Anyway,
that's wisdom right there.
Wisdom for the ages. Only they shall not come.
Only they, yeah. It's a massive edging session.
It's a massive edging session. Shall not come nigh the vessels of the sanctuary and the altar, and neither they nor ye. Also, by the way, if you were paying attention, die. Oh, cool. Thanks. You may bring anyone from the tribe. God said to Aaron, you, your sons, and your family will bear the blame for the sins of the sanctuary. Always a nice guy. This is the all-forgiving God, everyone. You may bring anyone from the tribe of Levi to assist you in the tabernacle, but
Not the tribe of Dan?
Not the tribe of Dan.
Only the tribe of Levi?
Damn. But they may not get near the sanctuary vessels or they'll die. God will kill them. P.S.
We didn't see that one coming.
Didn't see that one coming. That's what she said. And they shall be joined. Oh my. It's getting hotter. Onto thee. And keep the charge of the tabernacle. That'll be 450. Of the congregation. Woo-hoo! What's up, Eddie?
Hey, Eddie.
Papa. You shall be joined. We're gonna... You ever see that Chinese finger trap, James? It's like that, but use your imagination. And keep the charge.
Rod's going inside.
Rod's going in.
A little bit bigger. There you go.
Look, sometimes you need.
I got mine stuck, Amy.
Oh my! I know. That's how you know. Might have to see a doctor for that. If you get stuck for longer than an hour, go see a doctor. And keep the charge of the tabernacle. That's bigger on the inside of the congregation for all the service of the tabernacle that is bigger on the inside. And a stranger danger shall not come. Come nigh unto you. Oh my. And ye shall keep the charge. Keep it fully charged if you don't mind. Of the sanctuary and the charge of the altar. Always definitely not a cult. When you're talking about altars, that's how you know that you're talking about science. That there would be no wrath anymore upon the children of Israel Shmishmael. I'm sorry, what? Don't let any strangers come close to you. Okay, thanks. And I, me, myself, and I, behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levi's Genesites, from among the children of Israel Shmishmael, to you personally, P.S., on the dot. They are given as a gift. Well, that's very nice of you. For
Merry
the Lord
Christmas,
God.
Israel.
Merry Christmas. To do the service. Oh, my. Gavin, are you doing service? Oh, there you go.
That's what you call it now, Amy?
There you go. That's right, baby. Speaking of Gavin, I think we're doing a debate. We are getting on, baby, on the existence of God, the classic. I'm ready for it. Gonna have some fun in the sun. And I behold, you shall not pass. Oh, wait, different story. And I have taken your brethren to the Levi's James. And I read given a gift to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Okay, I have given the Levites to you to help in the tabernacle. Oh, fantastic.
Thank you.
Good to know. Yes. Therefore, as I scream, thou and thy sons.
This is going to get bad quick.
I know. Don't start naming people. With thee shall keep your priest class of level 60 in the office for everything of the altar. Once again, science. And within the veil. And ye shall serve. Get on your knees, baby. I have given your priest that level 60 office onto you as a service of a gift. You telling me you don't even like my gift? Ugh.
I mean, I just need that gift receipt. I'm not going to return it. I just like to have it. Which location did you get it at?
Receipt. We got it at Heathens Burning R Us. It's going to be a great time. Forever and forever. Give a slice of hell today. All right. Once again, I feel like they're going to get hugs. I feel like that's where this is leading.
At the end of the day, God's going to tell him he loves them and he forgives them and he's going to give them a big hug.
Going to give big hugs.
Stranger danger hugs.
Stranger danger, ladies and gentlemen. And if you would like your comments or thought bubbles read on screen, keep on tagging me or James at Amy Newman, as I'm about to burp. Excuse me 1 second. Oh, there we go.
Thank you, God. For God.
Thank you. But Amaretto says you should hang some pants on the background instead of flags. Oh my! Shots fired. I can't even imagine.
The glory hole pants.
Can't even imagine. Those glory hole pants. That's right, baby. No. We're sending love to any would-be debaters. Who could we even be talking about? But anyway, we are in Numbers chapter 18. If you just joined us, as we are in, so I feel like there was a second comment, but somewhere in there. But keep on sending your comments in.
They're coming in rapid fire now.
Exactly.
The freak is having an intellectual conversation in there.
Oh my. Hey, that is what we are here for, baby. We are here to have the tough questions and maybe have a giggle.
The age-old question, which I always love to ask, is there any vodka cheaper than, what is it, Amy? Popov.
Oh my. You're telling me that's not the top shelf?
It's near the bottom shelf, yeah.
Look, you just got to be top shelf in your heart, James. In your heart.
Yes.
Anyway, within the veil of darkness. Also altar. Science. The altar of science. And ye shall serve. I have given your priest unto the service of gift. And the stranger danger that come nigh, the science guy, shall be put to death.
Oh, we didn't see that one coming in, did we?
Yeah, couldn't see that at all. Any stranger that comes near the altar will be killed. We got that. Get an electric fence, mother. All right, lordy.
Any stranger who now looks at it will be killed.
Yeah. Also, if I didn't say before, what is up, Donald? Send love, Donald.
Yeah,
Send love, everybody. There, yeah. Woohoo! And if you'd like, I keep on saying I'm gonna change it. Sending love. Also, we do have a Twitch, so if anyone would like to also dual stream, or you just like popping into YouTube, or you like popping into Facebooks and Twitch, link is in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Sending love. And all right, we are spacking.
And Redo's got a pop-off story of her own to tell, so that will be I can't imagine where that one would go.
Yeah, I could. No, James, it's going to be fine. Take my word for it. It is going to be just absolutely fine.
A spoonful of Popov
Exactly.
makes the BDSM go down.
Makes the BDS go down. And I just want to send love out to Slim Jim Pickens out there, because we are live on the Twitch. We are just reading the Bibles cover to cover. In fact, we have been starting in the Genesis. Turns out there's two Genesis eyes. But if you look past that, we've been just digging and digging, going through all those lovely chapters they don't really go through, apparently, in Hebrew school or Sunday school. It's not the often quoted stuff. We really want to see the meat. You know, when they're like,
Dukes.
give me that context, baby. We're coming in here to give all that lovely context, even if every once in a while it comes everywhere.
But Amy,
That's
what
the Bible
about the
says.
Dukes?
The Bible
What about the
says.
Dukes?
The Dukes, that's right. There was once again, it feels like a fedora atheist thing, but there was an entire chapter naming Dukes. Just dozens and dozens of
I think
Dukes.
over around 40 some named Dukes, yeah. Can't get a name for the Pharaoh, though. Go figure.
Will never be read. Like, a preacher is never going to quote it, but they're in there. You can't edit them because it's the Bible. The good old
From
Bible.
God, Amy. It's
The God, that's
God,
right.
God put those
Almighty.
Dukes in there. You need to know about it.
Look, it gives context somehow to the rest of the story. If you remove the Dukes, it would just make everything fall apart. Honestly, all you need is the apple. You need the apple for Christianity. That's how they latch themselves on there. They're like, we're going to the original sin
damn
and all that
snake.
shit. But you could yeet just absolute books. Just books and books. All right. And the Lord Bob spack. As he does, he spacks all over. He gets it nice, hot, and warm, baby, onto Aaron Ra, and said, behold, I also have given thee the charge of mine. I gave you heave offerings.
Charger.
Oh, could you just not give heave offerings? Can we go back? Can I have the lamb instead?
No, I'm going to heave.
For the sin offering, there was even a freedom offering, which kind of sounds contradictory.
A wave offering, the breast offering, the peace offering.
I know, but he's
The
got
girl dick offering.
the girl dick offering of all those, and he's going to do that.
You know, God, he likes to mess with people. So after he kills some bunch of people, say, now I want a peace offering. Do it. You better do it. You better do it.
Gotta love. He kills all the people around you to show you how much he loves you. Yeah. And all right, we're getting some wisdom here. Heave offerings that all by the hallowed out things of children of Israel. Shmishmael, ooh, spooky. Unto thee have I given them. Been there, done. Yeah. Spirit Halloween,
Spooky
is that what
bed
you're talking
hair.
about? Spooky bed hair. Woo-hoo. By reason of the anointing oil, spread it all over. And to thy daughters by an accordance forever, and ever some more. Yes, God said to Aaron, you and your sons are in charge of my heave offerings.
Uh-oh.
Fantastic. This is an ordinance forever. Fun.
No,
Good
he
time.
loves to make his ordinances forever. He never once, as he said, for like 100 years, and then you don't have to do it anymore.
Exactly. Then you'll be fine. In the most, this shall shine thee holy. Oh, this shall be thine. I got so excited. This shall be thine of the most holy things. Not like the half holy things or even the least holy things. No, the absolute most holy things. Reserved from
Are you the
everything.
most holy?
Oh, baby, I'm the most
How
holy.
holy are you?
Holy enough to get a reach around. From everything was good until the Fire Nation attacked. Every oblation of theirs, every big old meat offering of theirs, and every time we just lace up with a sin offering of theirs. And every time they got off my lawn with a trespass offering of theirs, which they shall render all over unto me. It shall be all over, baby. Shall be most holy. Not none of this half holy shit. I've tried fucking skim holy. I don't know. I need
Diet holy.
4% holy.
Diet
For
holy.
thee. Yeah, no diet holy. For thee and for thy daughters.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. In the most holy place shall we disco. No. Shall thou eat it? Oh, okay. Every male shall eat it. I'm not even making this up.
Don't do it.
It shall be holy unto thee. It just sounded funny. Sometimes the Bible, I feel like it makes fun of itself. I just need to quote it to just anyway.
Like the scribes are trolling us like
Yeah.
2,000 years ago just to fuck with us.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know who's trolling who here. You will eat it in the most holy place. Okay, what are we eating? Are we talking about food? What are we talking about here? Every male will eat it. I mean, look. It says what it says, what it says, and it shall be holy to you.
This is mandatory homosexuality now. Every male will eat it.
I was gonna say, it sounds pretty hot. Okay, we're getting like, good. Can someone get me later, some wine?
Later on, the Bible does say, Amy, that every knee shall bow.
Oh my!
So everybody will get to their knees at one point.
At one point or the other. And this is thine stein, the heave offering of their gift. They should have went to the mall with all the wave offerings. Na 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 na, hey hey hey.
Gay,
fuck
gay.
Away from this god or gay, yeah. Of the children of Israel Shmishmael, which really sounds like children of the corn, but we'll let that go. I have given them unto thee, and to thy daughters, and to thy sons with thee by a statue forever. That's what the good guy says. Good guy always is like, if you don't worship me, I will kill all of your family. I will kill everyone around you. If you have any other gods, boom.
How about if you come near my fucking tabernacle, I'll kill you.
That's right, baby. Look, I'm not saying they're not saying that. I'm just saying it's every male will eat it. We're just gonna let the Bible speak for itself. Eat it, baby. Pat in the house.
Hey, Pat.
Woo-hoo. What is up? We're getting hot. I see oil down here. Give it on
Is that from Gavin?
Mm-hmm. No, he's making his own. I'm just sending love
to Gavin.
Gavin.
Yeah.
Look, if it's any consolation, I tried to get Darth down there, but he just kept asking questions. I'm like, fuck it.
You could not beat the script, Amy.
Couldn't beat the script.
You cannot beat the script. Yeah.
Could beat something though. Could beat something. Anyway,
the script is strong with this one.
The script is strong. I have given them unto them. Okay. By a statue forever. Everyone that is nice, shiny, and clean in thy house shall eat of it. All this is yours. The heave. Hold on. You will eat it in the most holy place. Every male will eat it. Yeah, okay. All this is yours. The heave offering, wave offering. I give to you and your sons and daughters by a statue forever. Everyone who is clean in your family shall eat it. Good for you. Thank you.
What about if they're not clean?
If they're not clean, they gotta be eaten. Yeah, no nom noms for you. You're also going to use the best oil. You can use peanut. You can use
What are we frying?
olives.
Quail?
Yeah, whatever you got. And all of the best wine. Break out that awesome.
The Manischewitz?
That's right. Break out the Manischewitz, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. We got the good stuff tonight. We got the good stuff.
Nothing but the best on here, Amy.
Nothing but the... Oh, man, we're about to have the best. Sometimes I just get so excited. The best of wine and of Eat Your Wheaties and of the fist fruits. Oh, we're back up into our fist fruits. Look,
it's been a while since you had a good fisting.
Honestly, that is how you keep a healthy colon. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Of them, which they shall offer unto the Lord Bob. Them have I given the everything. I just gave him all. Okay. I will also give you the best wine, wheat, and first fruits that the people offer to me. It just seems so human. It's
very human.
I will say I completely understand why this was raised in the Pantheon. You know, they like to call it class. I always say political correctness sneaks into two-word combinations. Classical theism. It's really not that classical. The whole one God. It's really this type of God with other gods. And that was how things were for a very long time. And then just, one religion schismed into more. And that one replaced another. But Pantheon was all the shiz in the Roman times, as were the God of the Bible, who acknowledged other gods and was just like, no.
I'm more badass than they are.
Than all those assholes. Oh, night, Donald.
Have a good night, Dak.
Friends in love.
It's been a while since we had him on.
I know, right? Welcome back, Donald. I will say, Mubarak, that was exactly my first thought when I heard, besides
Weird Al, just eat it? Yeah.
Was just eat it.
Open up your mouth and eat it.
Let's see. The butt sauce. Everyone.
That's right. Amy does come with a cream filling.
Oh, my. That's right, baby. You got to work your way there, though. And whatsoever is first ripe, you got to grab it right there, ripe in the land, which they shall bring via DoorDash onto the Lord Bob, shall be thine. Everyone that is clean in thine house shall eat of it. Oh, well, thank you. Everyone is clean in your house shall eat.
Negative.
Everybody's got to eat it. Everybody eating it. Whew.
Did you eat yours, Amy?
Oh, every night, baby. Every night. And all right, how to redeem your firstborn sons, because we are talking about, wisdom that you can use in the modern age. I'm glad that the Bible is packed with things that would last the test of time.
I mean, yeah, the practices in here, they should apply today, because this is like a perfect society. I mean, to the extent we don't follow it, it's only evidence we've degraded.
Yeah.
The degradation of our morality.
Even though if you ask Steven Pinker and look at his book, Better Angels of Our Nature, you'll quite note that almost every factor that we would consider a healthy society has actually been going up. Probably 2020 aside. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, present company aside.
And all right, everybody, we got 3 on the menu, 3 helping scoopings. Not only do we have violence, because who doesn't love a good violent? You gotta be a little bit violent. But you gotta stay just. It can't be just violence all the time because it's gotta keep us laughing.
It's gotta be unjust.
Laughing. It's gotta be unjust.
If it's not unjust, it's not God.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Exactly. And all right. Numbers chapter 18. I think we are moving along to this. And then one more short chapter, and then it's going to be the open mic as we're having fun on how to redeem your firstborn sons, Numbers chapter 18. Everything, like absolutely everything, devoted in Israel, Shmishmael, shall be thine. Oh my. Every devoted thing in Israel is yours? Well, how nice of you.
Are they talking to God? Who's he talking to?
Yeah, I guess so. Everything.
Is he talking to Moses?
Hard to tell. Everything that open the Neo, you're in the Matrix, in all flesh, which they shall bring unto the Lord Bob, whether it be of women or beasts, shall it be thine. Nevertheless, she persisted. The firstborn of woman shalt thou surely redeem. It shall be a redeemer. And the firstling.
Do you go up to the front desk for that, or can you do it in any line? How do you do that?
I don't know.
Line?
You think they can get any line? I don't know. You might have to. It might be the specialty though. Who knows? Firstling of unclean. I thought that said breasts. I really did thought that said unclean breasts. Not even gonna lie.
You got a little excited there.
Got a little excited.
And he's been mud wrestling again.
Woohoo! Unclean breast, shalt thou redeem, Redeemer. And those that are to be redeemed from a month old, shalt thou redeem.
I'd like to redeem this, but expired a month ago.
Can I still use this?
Can I still redeem it? Am I not redeemed?
Not redeemed.
Okay.
According to thy estimation, 42. Life, universe, and everything. For the money of about 350, about 5 shekels. About 350. Okay, I'll take what do you got on you? After the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 giraffes. 20, very specifically. We measure in giraffes here, probably.
Oh, I mean, it's better than whale things, Like
better than a big fat whale. Firstborn boys must be redeemed when they are a month old by paying a priest 5 shekels. Why?
Oh, boy.
Why?
You should not be taking month-old boys to Catholic priests.
Yeah, that would not be a good idea. But their firstling of a cow, their fistling of a cow, or the fistling of a sheep, or the fistling of a goat, thou shalt not redeem. They are way too holy. Thou shalt sprinkle their blood upon the altar.
Oh, boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is how you know that we're talking about science, is that they're sprinkling blood on altars.
Don't forget that kidney fat. Remember?
Kidney shot, ladies and gentlemen.
The liver fat, the kidney fat.
Get all that fat. And thou shalt burn the fat for an offering made by everything was fine until the Fire Nation attacked. For, do you have like a sweet and sour sauce? Unto the Lord.
Smoky sweet.
Oh my. Such smoky sweet. And the flesh of them shall be thine as the wave breast.
No. There it is, actually. Yeah.
All right. We're going to jump. We're going to jump up and down. Get a wave breast. And as the right shoulder are thine. Oh, whatever you want to lean it on.
Not like the pork picnic shoulder.
Yes, it is exactly like that. Also, hi, Skywatcher. That's right. Spare a shekel for an old ex-leper. Apparently leprosy was all the rage back then, and it had to be written in text because leprosy is
Over and
always
over and
gonna be a thing.
over again.
Over and over and over again. Packing in the wisdom. Oh God, it's a heave offering. Come on, man. I'm eating food. It's good food. Yum yum. Of the holy things, which the children of Israel Shmishmael offer up onto the Lord, because I guess you need to give Bob as many offerings as you can stuff.
Well, Bob Larson is definitely okay with that.
Oh, baby.
As many offerings as you can give him.
Just fill as many rods as you can. Aaron Ra has a big fat rod. We can get this in. What is up, Kathy?
I'd like to see him smack Bob Larson with his rod.
Oh my. Wouldn't we all? Have I given thee and thy daughters and thy sons with thee by a weeping widow statue forever? It is a covenant of salt, like that one lady in that chapter a long time ago. Yeah.
Genesis.
The heave offerings of salt unto thee and thy seed. Heave? What am I heaving? And all the heave offerings?
We're gonna heave.
I think I read this. I might have skipped the sentence. All the heave offerings of the holy things, not half holy things, which the children of Israel Shmishmael offer unto the Lord. And then have I given thee and thy sons and daughters with thee, weeping widows and salt forever for the Lord unto thee and thy seed.
Need some more salt.
Yes, exactly. Need some more salt.
Sea salt.
Sea salt by the seashore. And the Lord spake unto Aaron Ra, and he was like, dude, you killed my sons. Just, why do you need to spake? Thou shalt have no inheritance in their land. Wow. Dude, you're taking more pot shots at Aaron Ra? Man, poor Aaron.
His rod must not have been good enough.
I know. Thou shalt have no inheritance, shalt have no part among them. I am thy part, and thine inheritance among the children of Israel Shmishmael. God said to Aaron, you'll have no inheritance of the land. I'm your inheritance. Oh boy.
He got the short end of that stick.
Yeah.
An imaginary God gonna be your inheritance. Woo.
Woo-hoo.
You might as well have been cut out of that will.
And we're moving on to another important part. James, what would it be religion without a good tithe, right? Come on. You can't
Where's our prosperity preachers to cheer that on? It's Wednesday, so they probably have just finished counting their take from last Sunday. Exactly. Getting ready, anxiously awaiting next Sunday's take.
And behold, no wait, not just that. We have more categories. Oh, got excited. We also have some injustice. Oh my, to go with. It's been basically the French fries of our categories tonight. Just goes great with everything. But not just that. We get to laugh again. I love it when God makes us laugh. Yeah, exactly. Some humor. You know the Bible's known for its heartfelt humor, and I think that's all the categories.
Yeah, verse
20. Oh, well, it's weird. I've never seen this before.
What?
I think this is
that's a smudge on your screen. Wipe off your screen. Is it gone?
Yeah, it's still there. I think there's a contradiction in the Bible.
Every time someone said that before, it turned out to be bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. And I also feel like if there was a contradiction in the Bible, there would be many of them. Like, it wouldn't just be like a one-time thing.
Ken Hovind would have found it. The
uh,
preacher who spent 18 hours a day reading the Bible for months on end would have found it. So, and he assures us that there's no contradictions, just to make that clear.
And behold, I am Mufasa, and I have given the children of Levi genes all the 10th in Israel Shmishmael for an inheritance insurance for their service. Everybody's got to be full service.
Life insurance rates around there would be terrible.
I would not want to rate. I would not want to quote. Which they serve on their knees, even the service of the tabernacle.
Service!
They do it even in the tabernacle. That's right.
Even?
Even.
You even get bad service? How many stars does the tabernacle have?
It's got like 1-2 stars. It's not doing good. It says that tried to go near the tabernacle and their son died. It was terrible.
You need to like Hotel Hell send Gordon Ramsay into the tabernacle to.
In fact, they said they would have given it no stars, but the unleavened bread was okay. It was okay.
Until they sprinkled the blood on it, then
yeah. Once again, though, if there's altars, I'm gonna keep on haltering at this. It's not science. What the hell are we doing? Okay, it's a horror movie. There are people that are trying to kill you. Please run. If you find an altar with blood, run.
Heads on stakes.
Yes. Whether it's supernatural or not, just run, please. Do not.
But he loves you. He loves you. Just come try our altar out. Come. It's nice and comfortable up there. Look at it. It's nice and holy.
It's probably
a holy altar.
It's not, James, it's not like they killed a dude. It's another animal. It'll be fine. All right. Even
another
the
animal.
service in the tabernacle of bigger on the inside of the congregation. I have given the children of Levi 1/10 of everything in Israel for an inheritance. You're picking favorites again. You're an asshole. Cool. Neither must the children of Israel Shmishmael henceforth come. Chastity time? 9. Oh. The tabernacle that's bigger on the inside of the congregation, lest they find a bear who's really good at sin and die. Oh, it was all good up until then.
Seems like maybe somebody tampered with this will here. Like after the fact, they made some additional notes in there.
Yeah, they just kind of wedged things in. They kind of wanted. But the Levi Genesites shall do the service, oh will they, of the tabernacle that's bigger on the inside of the congregation, and they shall find a bear, their antiquity. It shall be a weeping widow statue. From Doctor Who. For every throughout your generation that among the children of Ishmael, they have no inheritance. The Levites get no inheritance. It's a statue forever. Cool story, bro.
Okay.
But the tithes bring in that money, of the children of Ishmael, which they offer as a, oh God, I'm going to heave offering, unto the Lord Bob. I have given to the Levite Genesites to inherit. Therefore I have said unto them, among the children of Ishmael of corn, they shall have no inheritance, except for the tithes from the Israelites. That is the Levi's inheritance. Oh boy. And the Lord Bob, he just started spacking right away onto Charlton Heston, who was trying to find another movie gig, but he couldn't. He's stuck with God, saying, thus speak unto the Levi Genesites, and say unto them, when ye take of the children of Ishmael the tithes which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then ye shall offer up And oh Jesus, I'm gonna heave offering. Look, people are trying to eat. I'm having a wonderful steak here. Are you trying to?
Well, you're trying to eat, I'm trying to heave. I mean,
I know. Okay. Offering of it for the Lord Bob. Even a 10th part of the tithe. Even a 10th? Not that.
that's it.
That's it. And this is your heave, oh God, I'm good offering, shall be a reckoning unto you, as though it were the children of the corn of their threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Drink a lot of wine, and then you end up pressing against things. Thus ye shall offer, and oh goddess, you really gonna make another heave offering unto the Lord Bob of all your tithes, which ye receive of the children of Israel Shmishmael. Yay! And ye shall give thereof the Lord Bob's heave offering to the one, the only, our main man, Aaron Ra, the priest.
Class.
Out of all your gifts, ye shall offer the priest class. That's right, not a paladin or a rogue. Ye shall offer every heave offering of the Lord, Bob, of all the best thereof, all the best. Even the hollowed out part, the creamy center thereof out of it. God said to Moses, say to the Levites, whenever the Israelites give you a tithe, offer me a heave offering and a 10th of the tithe. Oh, gotta have that middle
offer
ground.
you a heave offering.
Middle man. Oh my, that might be for the glory pants
Of God. Yeah, the glory
of God. Of God, exactly. And all right.
Yeah.
Tell us more. Tell me more.
Tell us more.
And of all your gifts, this one was really cute. Ye shall offer every heave offering. Oh, goddess. Just, okay. I guess I'm just stuck over the toilet now. Of the Lord Bob, of all the best. All the best.
All the best.
Even the whole part.
Only the best for God.
Only the best. Therefore, thou shalt say unto them, when ye have heaved the best thereof from it. Oh, okay, I did. No, it was the best.
So that's like you got to drink like top shelf, and then you get to heave it.
That's how it works. Yeah. Then it shall be counted, one God killing you. Unto the Levite.
One son killed. Two sons killed.
Learn how to count. Onto the Levite Genesites as they increase on the threshing floor. And they
one Newman on the threshing floor.
Oh my.
One Newman on the threshing floor. Thresher harder.
That's right, baby. And ye shall eat it in every place. Oh my.
Every room in the house?
I guess so. Hey, look.
Like a preacher-style marathon.
Ye and your households, for it is your reward for your service in the tabernacle that's bigger on the inside of the congregation. And ye shall bear no sin by reason of it, when ye have heaved from the best of it, neither ye pollute the holy things of the children of Israel, lest you get lots of Israel Shmishmael. That's right. Least you get lots of cuddles, get 5G internet. No.
Autographed pictures of Britney Spears.
Least you die.
Oh, AOL CDs from the 90s. No.
Ooh, equally as scary as dying.
Die. Oh, you gotta die. Okay.
But oh my goddess, I guess I didn't do it the last time. I'll do now. What'd you think, James?
Newman.
My lordy, so much wisdom. What do you think?
Only the best. Only the best from this God.
Only the best.
Only the best from this God.
Tithing. He seems to be taking favorites again.
And it's important to realize how relevant this book is. Like, it should be something that people look at every day. It's just so relevant to our daily lives. It's just so full of meaning and wisdom.
And to be honest with you, there are people in a good portion of the country that'll tell you that they read this every day. Who knows if they actually do or what they read of it. But generally speaking,
most of those,
it's the hits. It's the thing
they read the
preachers,
select portions.
Their pastors have been told, or just the hot stuff, the things that are exciting.
Which, honestly, like the hits probably compose maybe 1 or 2% of the whole Bible as a whole. Like the other 98%, they pretty much.
And you wonder why Christians don't want to read it. And there's probably a good reason why so many Christians don't read their own Bible. They don't want to admit that it's not really as exciting, not really quite,
not as
Rotten Tomatoes
amazing.
Material. Yeah, not quite amazing. But it's from
it would be up for a Golden Razzie Award.
Yeah, exactly. Just cares about himself a little bit too much. Just kills people a little bit too much. Just goes from first person to exposition mode a little bit too much. Sometimes he's stabbing you and fucking hitting you.
The next sentence later,
and then he's gone, and we're just talking about how many fucking dukes. Ugh.
And then he's back to designing outfits for Aaron and his sons.
That's right. We've had
girdles.
Had fashionista chapters where, honest to Bob, frickin' this god was like, I want it to be these sorts of robes. I want it to be this color. It's like, hey, buddy, whatever you're into.
This shape, this hat, this bonnet. Rod got his little
That's
bonnet.
right. You got your magical bonnet. Hold on.
His curious girdle with all the stones on it.
Curious girdle. Okay, now I am ready to Bible study. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are Skeptic Bible studying. We are reading Numbers right now. We're about to start Numbers chapter 19. This will be the last chapter of the night.
Oh, please, can we do more?
Oh, I know so much wisdom. Before we break into
we
the
have
open,
to stop?
I know, more into the open mic for a good hour or so and have some fun where you could tell us about all the wisdom that you just learned, or, as I scream into the microphone, tell us where we got it all wrong. Be like, you atheists, you just don't get it. There was so much of God they had it coming. They had it coming. They only have themselves to blame. Except it wasn't really a good singing montage. It was more of a drowning. Everybody drowned, basically.
Yeah.
But anyway, Numbers chapter 19. We're moving along now. Who doesn't love a good old big cow? Gotta love it off. The red heifer.
Big cow to make steaks out of, or no steaks?
I don't know. Who knows? Is it James? It might be a holy cow.
Is that like Wagyu beef or Kobe beef or like a tomahawk steak? I mean,
yes.
Filet mignon.
But we only have two sections here. We are only continuing to laugh because of all the wisdom that we've been learning. And, of course, we're going to continue adding some violence. Oh, come on. Can't the cow just be a happy cow? Please, come on.
Thou shalt kill that cow and then make steaks out of him. No.
Make yummy, juicy steak. That's right. Chapter 19. Sponsored by Red Bull. Stop turning on him. Red Bull gives you wings unless Yahweh decides to slap you down with, I don't know what his smoting powers are. Lightning? They turned into ashes.
How
We
about
do
a
know
rod?
that. Big old rod. When they killed Aaron's sons, they turned to ashes. We know that because they made Aaron sweep his
He
sons away.
consumed them.
Good guy. This is the good guy God. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the good guy. All love. Nothing but love. The red heifer. As we move in to the vile chapter of night, and the Lord Bob spack onto Charlton Heston and onto Aaron Ra. Really the only two main characters of a lot of chapters.
Pretty much
Like,
the only recurring characters. Once in a while we'll name somebody else, but
like at this
you
point,
never hear about him again.
Moses had like a origin story, and that's what everyone's familiar with. And yet he's out here doing shit like there's like a Fast in the Moses version 9, and everyone just knows number 1.
Fast in the
Like-
Moses.
They keep on doing
Canaanite
stuff.
drift.
Yeah, Canaanite drift, baby. Woo. He's basically doing secretary work. I wish it was that cool. This is the ordinance of the law, bringing down the law, which the Lord
Judge
Bob,
Dredd.
Judge Dredd.
I am the law.
I am the law. The Lord Bob hath commanded. That's kind of what you do, I guess. Saying, speak. Oh, you can speak. Speak
No,
is an
no.
actual word you
speak
can
for
use.
me.
I thought we had the spack onto everything. Onto the children of Israel Shmishmael. And they bring thee a fantastic red heifer without a single spot, wherein there is no
Even
blemish and never frozen, always fresh, and upon which never came yoke. Okay. And ye shall give her unto Elzer Marbadar, the priest class, that he shall bring her forth without the camp, and one shall slay her before his face. I want you to know I have no idea where this woman came in. She was here for 3 seconds, and she just got slayed. Boom, before his face.
As you would do.
As you would do. What did we just read? God said to Moses and Aaron, say to the Israelites, this is the ordinance that I command. Bring an unblemished, so fucking picky on the spotless red heifer, which has never been under the yoke. Elzar will kill it. Excuse me, this red heifer has a blemish on it. It just sounds human.
Listen, God doesn't want he wants the best of the best for his sacrifice.
A good cut, exactly. For you, when you're gonna kill something, it can't like have a blemish on it. Come on, where would the fun in that be? And Elzar, Bazar Benamanar, the priest shall take her blood. Once again, when you're taking people's blood, I know you're going to say it's of another animal. Doesn't matter when you're smearing blood and doing altars.
Just spray some blood around the altar. It'll be fun.
Doesn't sound like chemistry. Sounds a little bit like alchemy almost. Take of her blood with his finger and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle that's bigger on the inside of the congregation, specifically 7 times. He will take its blood with his finger and sprinkle it 7 times in front of the tabernacle. These are the same people, okay? I have to listen to fucking presuppositional apologetics tell us that without this book, without this guy, how do we even know that logic can even exist? And then I have to dig into this book, and I am watching someone sprinkle blood.
That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, Amy? Are you not getting the wisdom?
I'm not getting the wisdom, I guess. Something
It's
is
going
being
over your
missed
head.
if this was a barbecue, maybe, but actually, no, I don't remember the sprinkling of blood. I was about to try and make a food joke. I don't remember like many sprinkling of blood altars at barbecues. Anyway, and one shall burn the heifer in his sight. Jesus. Her skin and her flesh and her blood with her dung, kind of random, thank you while we're eating, shall he burn. Why?
Really?
Why?
With the dung, though?
Why? And why specific? I know. Why? What happens if there's... I'm not even going to go in the logistics. Once again, we're eating here, having a bowl of cereal. And the priest class shall level up and shall take cedar wood, specifically, because I'm kind of picky about that. Not shittim wood, which is a real thing. We're not just making that up. Once again, not a tip fedora moment. Hyssop and scarlet witch, and cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer. Just a lovely, just burn a cow. Okie dokie. Once again, that's how you know this is a lovely, just God. Just burn a cow for me, and that's how you know that you and me are tight. Then the priest shall wash his clothes. Oh, really? He will. And he shall bathe his flesh in water. That is that you mean bath. Yeah, okay. And afterward,
take a bath, yeah.
He shall take a bath. He shall bathe his flesh in water.
Flesh runner.
And afterward, oh my, there's more. He shall come into the camp. Finally.
Oh,
yeah, I know. Ruins everything. And the priest class, after hitting level 60, this dates me. You can tell I have the original WoW in my head. I think they're like up to 100 and something now. Shall be unclean until the even, not the odd. And he that burneth, smelteth it, will dealt it, burneth, durneth. Her shall wash.
Burn it again.
Yeah, does it have to be a female cow? I guess a heifer, yeah. I guess so, not a bull. Her shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe his flesh in water, and shall be unclean until the evening.
Till the even, yeah.
Yeah. Burn the heifer, whether skin, flesh, blood, and dung. Priest takes cedar wood, hyssop, and scarlet, cast it in the burning heifer. Then he'll wash his clothes, bathe his flesh, and be unclean to the evening. Wisdom. Wisdom.
Take a shower. Take a shower.
Take a shower, you stink. God, do I have to tell you everything? And a man that is clean shall use Dove body wash and gather up.
Fully clean?
Zestfully. Yo, why are we gathering up the ashes? Once again, what the hell is going on? And a man that is clean.
Oh, all right. Get your dustpan again.
Yeah. Clear. I hope you got rid of your kids and have space for more. Gather up the ashes, the ash ketchums of the heifer, and lay them up without the camp in a clean place. Because I really don't like putting ashes in dirty places. And
it's not near the tabernacle or I'll kill you.
Yeah, I would definitely kill you if you did that. And it shall be kept for the congregation of the children of Ishmael Shmishmael for a water of separation. James, does water bend? You ever seen?
No, except when it does.
Except when it does. Or as water flows. It's got to flow, baby. It is a purification for sin. Oh, I'm good at that. Okay, we're good. Purification for sin. Let's get on.
You have to have sin to purify it, so Amy's got that one covered.
That's right. Water of separation. And he that Gyarados, that Gareth, the guy that gathers the ashes.
Since the preacher never sins, Amy, you'll have to sin for him.
Of the heifer shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. And it shall be not pass unto the children of Israel, and unto the stranger danger, no, that sojourneth among them, for a weeping widow statue forever
And ever?
and ever. Also, what's up, Ian?
Oh, hey, Ian. Oh, we got that thumbs up on Facebook.
That's
Ian.
right, baby. I should send the Facebook link now that you said that. Maybe someone wants to join Facebook. Who knows?
Mark Zuckerberg would appreciate it.
That's right. Good old Zuck. Doesn't matter if you like streaming on YouTube, if you like streaming on Twitch, or if you would
But if
like,
you like internet memes.
internet memes. You could also join our Facebook Skeptic and Ranting. In fact, I'm looking for mods in both Twitch and Facebook group. So if you want to get in
Facebook
on
has
that
mods?
shiz, I think so, because it's a Facebook group. So I'd imagine, and I'm looking for people to post memes. So if you got some funny non-believer memes that you like on the Facebooks, share on the Discord, which is also in the link below, or which we have Skeptic and Ranting Discord, or on our Skeptic and Ranting Facebook page, because, ladies and gentlemen, we're kind of just skeptic and ranting. You can't help it.
We're going all out.
Going all out. And I think, is this the... yeah. We're going through the final section of the night, the final piece of wisdom before we move into some open mic. Touching dead bodies and open containers, etc.
Oh, container ticket. Oh, boy.
I mean, the excitement is... James, don't you see why...
Got that ticket again.
Why don't they read this? Come on, this is off-the-walls excitement. I don't get it. Be straight from the pew.
And then the officer gave me a ticket for an open container. And I wept.
And I wept. And all right, there's only a single category. And that is...
Categories, you say?
Categories, you say? And that is, what the hell are we reading? So you gotta laugh. Like, what the is this?
Touching dead bodies.
Yeah.
God's going to tell him to touch the dead bodies in a special way.
Oh my. I like being... Don't we all like being touched in a special way? Oh my. God
Preferably
can
while
do it.
alive, but
Preferably
God can,
while alive.
But all things are possible with God. You got to remember
right.
that.
All things are possible. He works in mysterious ways. Or at least that's what he tells you right before you die. Anyway, touching dead bodies, open containers, Numbers chapter 19, filled with wisdom. He that toucheth the dead body, oh my, necromancy, of any man shall be unclean 7 days. Oh, okay. Whoever touches a dead body is unclean for 7 days. Hey, at least we're back to science, right?
Is it longer if it's a woman again, or we're back to 7 days?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he shall be clean. Does he like put deodorant on the 3rd? Well, what's happening on the 3rd day? But if he purify not himself the 3rd day, then he explodes. No. Then the 7th day he shall not be clean.
Out, and then he exploded.
Whoever touches a dead body is unclean for 7 days. If he purifies himself on the 3rd day, he will be clean on the 7th day. But if he doesn't, he won't be clean. Cool. I'm glad to know it. Whosoever toucheth the dead body gets hugs of any man that is dead, and purified not himself, oh my, defileth the tabernacle that's bigger on the inside of the Lord Bob.
You defile me.
Oh, baby, can I. And that soul stone shall be cut off from Israel Shmishmael, because the Wooder tribe
cut
of
it off.
separation. Don't cut it off. It's okay. Unless you're into that. What are we talking about? Because the Wooder separation was not sprinkled onto him, he shall be unclean. Oh, really? Thank you. I feel like you're just saying if he's unclean, he'll be unclean. Thanks, Bible. Wow.
That is kind of what they said, like the dead body of someone who has died.
I mean, how else were we going to figure this out? How else could you know this if not for Scripture? His uncleanness is yet upon him. Oh, is that what they're calling it nowadays? This is the law. I put down the law.
Don't you remember that wonderful chapter about what happens if the seed accidentally gets sprayed in the wrong place?
There was a guy, once again, it's a tip your hat fedora moment, but there was a guy who pulled out of a woman his seed, as they said, sprayed everywhere, and God killed him.
There's also a chapter, if you remember, a while back, where if you got any of the seed on the clothing, about the procedures for cleaning that clothing. Like Bill Clinton's dress, Monica's dress.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What does is mean, James, if you really think about it? Anyway, this is the law. When a man is a man.
I am the law.
I am the law. When a man dieth in a tent.
His hair? Oh.
What? When a man dies in a tent? Does that happen often? Often enough that we need to make it Scripture? All
Apparently
that come into the tent, and all that is in the tent.
Got a dead guy in here.
Got a dead guy. Shall be unclean 7 days. Good to know. Thank you. This is the law. When a man dies in a tent, everyone who comes in the tent and everything in the tent is unclean for 7 days. This is so random, but okay, whatever. And every open vessel, open my vessel, baby, which have no covering bound upon it, is unclean. Every open container is unclean. Okie dokie. But were you holding pasta? What are you doing here?
Pasta
And
Mike.
who? Pasta Mike. Woohoo. Tangang you. And whoever toucheth, oh my, one that is slain. Oh. I was hoping we got touched, but no. No. Back to swords. Anyone that is slain with a sword in the open fields, or a dead body, or if a man has a giant bone, shall he be unclean 7 days? It takes 7 days for you to take care of that? Oh, girlfriend, I think you can do better than that. Anyway, and for an unclean person, they shall take of the ash ketchums of the burnt heifer. Why are we doing things we're dealing with ashes of a burnt cow of purification for sin?
It's very important, Amy. It's very
important. No, this is the inspired word of God. This is the creator of the universe. And running water, if you pay, I'll fix that damn door when you pay your rent. Oh, it'd be so funny if he was in the upcoming Spider-Man.
Who?
I forget his name. He was the guy who would always yell at Spider-Man for rent.
Oh, okay.
One of the landlords for Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
It's like 4 Spider-Mans ago now.
I know. Well, and the rumor out on time, spoilers, but not really because it's not official, is that talk of the town is that there's going to be multiple spiders coming together, ladies and gentlemen. Spiders from the Andrew Garfields of the world, the Tobey Maguires. They're all coming together.
Okay.
To join the new Spider-Man, because it's going to be multiverse. That's the talk of the turn. Multiverse, like the Bible. As in they're going to actually bring the old ones back. Be cool. It would be cool. You're saying like, but
okay.
I'm telling you. Because it would make
I I don't get it. The wisdom of it, like the 12D chess. I think Rage said Smokey was playing 97D chess.
What of God?
No, the Rage said Smokey was playing 97D chess.
Smokey's playing 90
Yeah.
chess? For what?
He was just fucking with Smokey.
Oh, okay. They're all trying to play chess. Hey, Smokey, praise. If Gavin wants to let you can come up here. Who else is out there in the internet world? Preacher. We all want you on here. We want the theist on here.
Standing for truth. How about
That's
him?
right. Standing for truth.
John Maddox.
John Maddox.
Johnny John.
Sup,
Got somebody
redneck? I know. Got someone in Twitch. Saying love to all corners of the internet. We're actually about to go into the open mic in a second. It's going to be a lot of fun. DeFreak says, I joined the Facebook. You should be able to see my crazy post. No, it's supposed to go through. Submit that. I'm sorry. You feel free. Hey, I just want to send a big thank you to Freak for joining the Facebook. We're having fun. I should post more memes on there. So
then please prophesy.
The prophesy. And all right. But the man, where were we? We're reading Numbers chapter 19 in the Skeptic Bible Study. I'm going to paraphrase Soulstone. I think we just have these two. I'll read the annotations, but if the man is unclean, doesn't purify himself according to the above procedure, he is unclean. Jesus
if he's unclean, he's unclean.
We got it.
It really is that level.
Really. And it shall be
perpetual statue.
And it shall be, I can't say that. And it shall be a perpetual weeping widow statue from Doctor Who upon them, that he sprinkleth the water tribe of separation. Hi, Papa. I agree. I mean, it's an excellent point, if I do say so. Shall wash his clothes. We're getting hot. And he that toucheth, the water tribe of separation shall be unclean until even, not the odd. I freaking hate the odd. You're going to hate the odd. I'm just a little odd. And whatsoever the unclean person toucheth shall be unclean, and the soul that toucheth, it shall be unclean until the even. Woo. An amazing amount of wisdom. And sending love out there. Redneck ask, can I ask what stream about? You absolutely can. This is our Skeptic Bible Study. The two schmucks you see before you are a bunch of fun-loving, non-believing heathens. But we want to read the Bible. We're going through it chapter to chapter. We're going straight through, not skipping nothing, baby. And we are in Numbers chapter 19. In fact, we read Numbers chapter 17, 18, and 19. The trifecta.
We haven't done that in a while.
Woohoo! And we started with Aaron having a big fat rod. I mean, does it get better than that? I don't think so.
Have I told you lately that I love you?
And all right. That's
wrong one. Oh, wait. That works too. Nanu.
Which one?
Never mind. The amazing Technicolor cheese wedge.
Dun, dun, dun. But yes, we are actually about to jump into the fun. We just had a good 2 hours of Skeptic Bible studying in our chapters, but we want to have
not 18
dessert.
Hours. It's not 18 hours, but...
But we want to have dessert here. So we are going to move into our lovely and shareable open mic. Woohoo! Oh man, so much wisdom. I could hardly
So
contain
many
myself.
internet memes, so many of them.
So many
it's just-
memes. And all right, ladies
See what
and
Roger's
gentlemen,
barking
I
about.
am. Oh, poor Pupple. We always, ladies and gentlemen, support
nothing there.
puppies, kitties, all other animals. Other animals, remind you.
Hyenas, monkeys,
Yeah.
snakes.
Because we are not better. Humans are not the goal, which is what a lot of creationists think we are. But yeah, send in love, but not just love. Send in the link into chat. What is up, Jen?
We've got something here for a prop for Amaretto, a new prop. So,
Popov.
there you go, Amaretto.
The link is in stream. I'm going to pin it in media that allows it. So feel free to join us and tell us about all the wisdom that
Feel free to prophesy to us.
That's right. Prophesize. We're going to be going for about an hour.
We've got a bad boy
back there already. And then we're going to head to the Discord. 2 scoops, ladies and gentlemen.
Bad
and that's
boy
right.
already back there.
Which means, Nick, I hope you are having fun. And I hope you're doing well as we Skeptic Bible Study.
It's been a long time since anyone called me a bad boy, but all right.
Oh, my.
Oh.
You're going to put on your leather jacket? But what are your thoughts on...
No, he's got like the, what is it, the $800 jacket?
That's right.
A $400 suit. Yeah, just get it right. How many times? Oh, I'm out for like 3 weeks and you forget everything about me. I'm getting a bad echo. I'm going to need to switch here. I'll be back in a sec.
That's okay. I'll do jazz hands. Jazz hands. But ladies and gentlemen, you can come join us. And I'll tell you, it can't be edited.
We got Jen in the house too. She just bombed in out of nowhere.
That's.
I don't know, Doorknob Head. What would you do for a Klondike bar?
Doorknob Head asked, how much would you pay for a $400 suit? I will say, what would you do for a $5 milkshake? And he's back. Welcome back, Nick.
Hey there. Sorry about that.
Hey, Nick. Welcome back.
Oh, that's much better.
And I think with a haircut. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Just, really, really short. But, you know, hey, it's...
Looks good, though.
Digging it.
Well, thank you.
Submaterialist Dan. Woohoo! He's saying this. I think he has $401. I don't know. It was a pretty good suit. Dan will have to be the judge of that. We'll see.
I tossed it casually. It's $400, and I tossed it casually on the.
You're gonna make wrinkles like that.
I know, but it's YouTube. Nobody's gonna notice anyway. Yeah, I'm glad it is short, but you know what they say: the difference between a good haircut or a bad haircut and a good haircut is 2 weeks. So it's not too bad. I don't get a haircut often enough. COVID is a huge part of the reason. It's not the only one. So I'm just like, you know what? I just get it really extra short, and then
there you go. You want it to go out
exactly
super soon.
Well, I was
in nothing super.
Yeah, and they were
super soon.
They were training the lady. So I was in a huge rush, and then she's calling people over like, no, do it this way, do it this way. It's just like, I need to go.
Would you go to like one of those beauty schools? Like
no, it was like a super cut.
You get to pay reduced price to be a guinea pig.
No. It was just a super cuts. I guess it was her first time there. And normally I don't mind. People got to learn somehow. And
Titan Uranus says cuts around the back. So see Titan about that. Hey, Dan.
I try to see myself Titan Uranus as often as I can. And on that note,
Well, now I
How can you
forgot.
top that?
I forgot what it was like to be on this stream. I've been reminded
uh,
very rapidly. Thank you for that.
Nick, we are asking the deep questions in life. Okay.
Well, yeah, you're definitely discussing deep topics. Yes.
The fist fruits.
Yeah.
Exactly. But
No,
we had a hot rod. We
Yeah.
figured out how to tithe properly, very important. And then we saw a big cow. Well,
Yeah.
we saw a big cow for like a second, but
She didn't do too well.
I love that when God said, when God mentioned them by name, you're like, oh, that's it, they're dead.
Yeah. Pretty much.
you get a name.
I
Big
figured
on.
that out, but as soon as
He never named one of Aaron Ra's sons until he decided to kill two of them.
Yeah, there's Moses, there's Aaron. They get names because there is two little proxies over here. But unless you're them, as soon as you get that label, why are they playing music?
Like, you're Ensign Smith from Star Trek. You don't want to go on that away mission.
Yeah, no, that's just God is like, hello, son of Aaron. Have a red shirt.
I was
You've got a red
so
shirt,
thinking
too?
red shirts.
Yeah,
That's so funny you
yeah.
said that.
That's probably where they
Strange
get the red
fire,
shirts from.
huh?
It's like okay, first we're gonna kill a goat. That's where they get the red shirts from. They used to be white, and said we're gonna kill a goat, and so, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. I almost got back into Divine Command theory. I'm sorry. I am gonna disagree with you.
I saw you post that in there.
I knew you saw it too. You're like,
I saw
there he
that.
is causing trouble. Let's say it again. If
Snap.
if that being existed, its intelligence would be on such
Nick
a
would
higher
fall on
order.
his face, and
I get asked the question, and it's legit true, which is they say, okay, well, would you do the Abraham thing? Would you kill your own child? The answer is no, I would not.
would you do the hokey pokey and turn yourself about?
Oh yeah. I'd even do it on stream if he asked.
If God told you to.
Yeah, if God told me to, I'd do it on stream.
Reminds me of when Oliver North told Congress that if Ronald Reagan told him to go in the corner and stand on his head, he wouldn't ask questions. He would just go do it.
I did not know Ollie North said that. That wouldn't shock me. But yeah, he was.
Good old Ollie.
Did you ever see? You had to have seen that the Mute Marine on Saturday Night Live with Captain Kirk Shatner. Shatner did the Ollie Williams thing. They did the music to da 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 in Vietnam. Da, da, da. Somebody should link it. It was William Shatner, and they're doing the shtick where he's the mute Marine, and he's being asked all these questions by Congress, and he's about to sing his lines. And
I have to look that up.
Look at it's hilarious. It's
Yeah.
William Shatner playing Ollie North testifying before Congress, but they're doing the Marine. It's not the Marine theme song. What is it? It's I can't even remember what the music is. Somebody find it. It is absolutely hilarious.
I just saw a video of William Shatner listening to videos of people do impressions of William Shatner. So that was.
I love. Did you see? This is probably way off topic, but since you're on impressions, did you see? Oh no, just remind. Sorry, I don't do impressions, but did you see? Oh my God, Mark Hamill doing an impression of Harrison Ford, and it was spectacular. He did that on one of the.
Yes, I do believe I did.
Yeah, and he was talking about like his first days on the set, and he's just like, "We just came out of the trash compactor. Our hair was wet because we were inside. Now it's dry. What's the problem?" Hey, kid, it's not that kind of movie.
I saw something. Was it the Mute Marine?
Great. Like he's done the Joker.
Yeah, the Mute Marine. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I found it.
Harrison Ford is exactly like his character in real life. At least that's the way it seems like. He seems like a grumpy old guy. I don't want to deal with shit.
It's so sad. I saw, I think it was David Blaine or somebody doing magic in his house, and he seemed a little out of it. and he's getting up there in years, and it was just so sad. It's like see all the people that I as a kid, they weren't old, they were young too, and I was a kid, and now here they are, and David Blaine pulls a dollar bill out of an orange in Harrison Ford's house, and he's just like, who am I? It was like, okay, the trick wasn't that good. But
you remember Harrison Ford? You remember that Sacha Baron Cohen movie Bruno from 2009 when he tried to interview Harrison Ford? Harrison Ford just like, fuck off.
Yeah, I think I remember that one. Yeah.
Really? I don't think I've seen that. That's probably he's probably hard to troll, right? He'll just tell you to go. So.
Well, he is a genuine badass. He's a pilot, and he's crashed a couple of times actually.
Really? And survived?
And he crashed. I think he crashed on
Air Force One. Get off my plane.
Yeah. He's gonna be in the new Expendables movie, which I was like, okay, that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, I get that, okay, but he's not. He's not expendable. Well, he may or may not be expendable. No, he's not expendable.
He was expendable from Star Wars,
not
apparently.
The kind of action. Oh God, please don't.
I'm sorry, then.
I don't listen. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan, but all you have to be is like a kind of a fan to realize that movie was a big fu to the fans.
Fan base, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, we haven't had a lot of action in your channel on the Discord server lately, so I expect that one to light back up.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that. I'm getting reminded of all the pleasant things. You know what? I think I'm gonna go back to bed. I think I like being in bed, coughing, hacking up, and being sick. Just like I'm here because I like that slightly less than being on this thing. I love you too.
You can't wear a $400 suit to bed.
That's true. Well, I'm not wearing the $400 suit now, to be honest. But I told you my secret before. I don't have $400. I only have $200. So the way I solve that, the camera only goes to about here.
You don't buy the pants.
You know what? Maybe I don't need to finish that thought. How are you doing, Amy?
I'm doing good.
Have you met Gavin?
Not to get up. That's all. Which apparently for some people is hard to remember.
Sometimes we forget everyone.
Can we get Gavin on stream, Amy? Can he come up?
Oh, really? Really?
Can you? How's he doing down there?
Oh, they found true love. That's what they call it anyway. Yes.
Okay, completely off topic. Question, just because I saw this in another stream coming up. We literally just did a stream covering this, and I'm curious because I'm starting to feel this too. Sympathy fatigue. Laura, what's her name? I want to say Laura Linney, but that's the actress. Laura, she's serious anti-vaxxer who got kicked out of a conference for trying to assault the head of Twitter because she got kicked off of Twitter, kicked off of Facebook. She can't get an Uber, Lyft. She's been banned from all of these things for far right-wing propaganda. Laura, I'll look it up in a second, but you'd recognize her if you saw her. She's
Laura Ingraham?
It's not Laura Ingalls. It's not Laura. Geez. I want to have a good, nice, intellectual conversation, I said. Oh, there's Amy Newman. I guess that'll work. But so my question
Laura
is
Croft.
Laura Croft. it's Doorknob Head, of course. Good to see you too. She anyway, she's been heavy against COVID, and one of the things that she said, I think this is one of the ones that got her banned off of Twitter, was she said, COVID, listen, have you ever eaten bad fajitas and you get sick for a day and that's it? She goes, that's COVID isn't even close to that bad. If you can't handle,
Laura Coates, is that it?
No, I'll look it up in a second.
All right.
She's been, and then she said, I hope I get COVID and I can show everyone how good it is. And she's now gone silent after her last communication was she'd gotten COVID, felt sick. She was getting hydroxychloroquine, which is extraordinarily dangerous. And she's trying to get the doctors to give her the other one. And then she's finally, nobody knows what her status is right now, but presumably she's extraordinarily ill. And she said, people, please pray for me. And there's this part of me.
Guesses.
Well, and then there's this part of me that's just like, good. And I don't like that part of me. And that's only a part. But I think that's a part of almost everybody who's seeing this. And so my question is, how do we deal with the fact
I love everybody. And But when it comes to these issues, it's not even political. It is science. If we've been wearing masks. We've been doing all this stuff for years. And only now that like normal people have to do it, are they like, oh, does masks really work? Yes, masks really work. They always have. Shut the fuck up and listen to your surgeon. Listen to all of science for last 100 years, please, and then we can get over it.
Laura Loomer. That's it, Laura Loomer. So if you Google, you'll recognize her as soon as you see her. She's a huge troublemaker and instigator on the right, and she goes around doing all these other things. And then there was a councilman who's also been saying no masks, no masks, no masks. He got sick, and when he finally got out of the hospital, and they didn't put him on a ventilator, but he was in the ICU. He was about to go on a ventilator, and he started to turn around. And he said he got people coming in saying, "I hope they run out of ventilators." And it's well, and so you sit there and you say, you're kind of ashamed that those are the people on your side saying that, right? Because it's not the anti-vaxxers saying that, it's the people on your side saying that. But
I also understand the anger. It's complicated. It's better just to make fun of them, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's the only, and hopefully making fun of them gives you the release. But I got a 10-year-old daughter who can't get the vaccine. She cannot get it. So even though everybody else in the family is vaccinated, we have to act like we're not because we can all still carry it. So, and it's people like that who, and I'm sitting there going, they hurt themselves more than they hurt innocent people, but they also hurt innocent people. And so it's a very difficult emotional situation. So I figured everybody here, this seemed like a light stream, and I was just like, fuck that, I'm going to drop an anvil on this motherfucker. And I said, why don't I come in and just start talking about, so when was the last time you were glad somebody got a deadly disease?
I mean, if polio were to come out now, it would be political. And so it's like
everything's political now.
It's a disease. It's a virus. It has no emotions. It has no feelings. It just wants to spread. And I don't want to say eat, but it's not even eat. It just wants to hijack things so it can
make copies of itself. Yeah.
And so we are fighting I don't want to say an invisible war. That's the colloquial, the invisible war, a war on a small scale. And they're idiots. I hate to say. Yeah. I love I love everybody. And look, I will say
there are a lot of complicated things to it, but
there's the comedian in me. There's the Bill Burr in me that says, just if you want to kill yourself.
In you, right?
Oh my! God.
Some things we didn't need to know about this stream, but thank you.
I was gonna say, have people working from the front, people working from the back. It's busy. Apparently, it's very busy down here.
It's busy down there. Yeah, Gavin.
You definitely don't get up.
Woohoo! And on that note, I will say the link is in chat. If you would like to join us, we are Skeptic Bible Studying. We talked about Aaron's magic rod, tithing, red cow, whole bunch of fun stuff. So atheist, theist, our joke is normally come as you are, just not on the
I want a purple cow.
Flags. I know, purple cow.
I like the idea of the pants.
Pants.
I get that.
Oh my God, would that be the ultimate? See, here's the thing. I play with him. I tease. Yeah, I like roasting. I'm have a deep respect for it. I don't think I would do that on a debate just because it would be.
She meant on a debate.
I'm gonna be debating Gavin soon. No joke. We're setting up a debate, so it's gonna be on God's Existence, the classic.
What channel?
I thought it was going to be on Praises, but Praise wants me to ask James to do maybe on Modern Day Debate. But it's coming sooner or later. Also, that's what he or she said. We are having a debate.
Now, we have been expecting that for months now. So
that's true. But I did just get recent emails.
Okay.
So right. I will say there has been. But hey, we shall see that. But
don't curb your enthusiasm yet.
Get a host or get a moderator you trust and have them mod it and do it here.
I assume Gavin will be. I mean, we give him shit, but I mean, he seems like a nice guy, except for the. If you put the one thing over
Well,
here,
okay, well, but that doesn't mean he's
seems
wait a minute. Now that's kind of I was going to say racist, but it's not racist. It's not sexist, but it's an ist. It's absolutely an ist that if he does that, that means he's not a nice guy.
okay, you're
I
right.
mean, he
You're
might
right.
be a pervert.
Well-
He might be. I mean, there are any number of things that he could be, and I'm not used to this.
What you're
kind of
saying is
judgment
I
from
shouldn't
you.
be kink shaming. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I
I'm
think that's what
sorry.
I'm saying. Am I
Gavin,
really
I'm so
am I
sorry. He's
arguing
right.
that
I'm
position?
sorry.
I think I am arguing that position. Yeah, that's the position I'm arguing right now.
And no, I'm trying to. I roast, but I love. Like I would. That's why I'm having a debate with him anyway, because it's like,
Well, there's good-natured ribbing always. You know what I mean? That's not what you think it is. Don't. No. You just went straight to. I can't even have a conversation with you.
in this corner. Anyway. Woohoo!
Back to those internet memes.
Those internet memes. Sending love, seeing everybody in chat. I see they're going away and having some good conversation. Sending love to Grumpy out there.
The freak is really stirring the pot tonight in chat.
Uh-oh. Any theists want to join? We got us dirty non-believers here. It's just us, but we're looking for some godly, righteous fellows or lasses to tell us where we went wrong in all these chapters.
Eddie, see if he's free. My Randolph
He was on here
right now. Yeah, I saw him in the live chat earlier, and yeah.
And Pat, if you're out there, I think he said he had something to say on this last night. But we'll go for a little while. If
You
not,
might have stuff
we'll head
to
to
do for
Discord.
class.
Because it's been a fun, wisdom-filled evening. We'll go for another 15, 20 minutes.
Did you say book 4? You're halfway through book 4, or is that?
Yeah, we are at this point past
Halfway
the
through
halfway
Numbers.
mark in Numbers. Yeah, moving along. So there's what 64, 66. How many books are in the Bible?
66.
66. That is incredible to know. We are on episode, ladies and gentlemen, we are on episode 48, okay? And we're on book 4 of the Bible. That's how dense it is. We're going to be in the hundreds, the absolute hundreds.
You're gonna be in the thousands.
It's the gift that keeps on giving content-wise.
It is. I will say it feels good. And like I said, this isn't the stuff I was reading in Hebrew school. They put the freaking Torah in front of me and said, read this. And I'm like, okay.
The whole scroll, Amy. The whole scroll, Newman.
Stealing in a theist position. I'd be interested in doing that. Every now and then I call up Oz and pretend to be a theist and give him a hard time. But I'm not as I used to be better at it. I don't know what.
Yeah, the Oz used to
So
come
you
in
say you
as
like
Zoe.
to troll Oz?
Yes, that's not me. That's somebody
Here's
else.
the thing. Oz
I don't know what
would
you're talking about.
steel man theists, I believe, when he felt that an atheist or a skeptic was actually straw manning a theist. I think he was like,
We're making a bad argument.
kind of like calling out, which we kind of need to do every once in a while. We need to call out.
Okay, so I'll start with an oldie but a goodie. Amy, why do you hate God?
Just there were so many things in my life that are just
You just want to sin. How about that one?
That's the point, though, right? I mean, if
You just want to sin.
No, it's not that she wants to sin. I mean, that's also it. That is clearly. I mean, I watched the show, so I know that's a huge part of it. But it's not just that she wants to sin. It's not just that you want to sin. You want to have life handed to you. You want a silver platter. You want everything done for you. But that's really kind of not the way it works. I mean, imagine if God did give you everything you wanted. So just because you've had a hard life and some things have gone south, you're going to say, well, gee, I'm not going to believe in you. That's when it's like when your parents sit there and say,
somebody
we have
back
to
there
punish
that
you.
dropped out.
And then he dropped. I will say, Jimmy, if you come back, we can get you into the open mic because this is come one, come all.
All right, I'm going to
Well,
show.
anything-
I'm going to show
Here
this.
it goes.
Okay, hold on. There you go. That's a plasma lighter,
Uh-oh.
and yeah, but it's like a plug-in with a USB. It's actually really
pretty
cool.
cool.
It's gonna be,
Is that
I've been
$400
playing-
also?
You know what? Okay, that's it.
And on that note, we are going to add in, I don't know, atheist theist. We got Jimmy. Hope you're
Shot in the
doing
dark.
well.
Oh, Mace Windu.
And we are Skeptic
Okay.
Bible studying on Aaron's Magic Rod. We've been having a fun time.
Must be the
What are your
freak.
thoughts on anything we've been reading or anything we talk about?
I would ask how
Oh,
I would ask how you interpret it. Do you like, you know, you see a literal, I guess, brigade of people tormenting families, taking firstborns and so forth, or bashing infants against the rocks and stuff like that.
So here's how I would separate. I believe that it was man-made and man-inspired. That being said, when I'm judging the book by its character, it just doesn't stand the test of time. It looks incredibly human and it looks incredibly evil. It
So
wasn't. What's that?
Saying that it's completely fictional, that it never happened. It's just
That it's completely fictional. There are true statements in there. You can't just say there's
this part of the
nothing true
Bible
in
is
the
myth,
Bible.
though.
Well-
These events never took place.
If we were talking, if you said, Nick, is the Spider-Man comic book do you believe that's fully fictional? Well, there are two ways to answer that, depending on how you want to use nuance. I usually say, yeah, it's fictional. It does take place in New York, and New York's a real place. So
Okay.
somebody could say, well, you see, there's real things in the Spider-Man comic book. So it's fully fictional in any meaningful sense, but it takes place in most fictions take place in real world.
The characters are people, and people are real, so...
No, well, I think it's kind of stressing it, Nick, because I'm not really referring to the so-called miracles in Scripture. I'm really specifically getting at this point of this that's brought up in these discussions of societies where they came in kind of like in a military fashion to eliminate human beings, especially infants.
As a species, we're a huge fan of that, and we've done that as long as.
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask Amy.
Yeah.
Do you think that is? Do you think that is fiction?
No, that's us. That is inherent in the species, both the ability and somewhat the desire to do that kind of thing.
Exactly. So would you compare it to Spider-Man?
Well, not in that context. No, I didn't know the context. So
okay, that's exactly what I was getting at.
Yeah.
I feel like you were making off a tangent, making it. I wasn't getting off into that point. I was trying to make this point.
Well, he didn't know what you were saying, and that's
of course, but that's why I wanted to clarify.
We try to make a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
And the clarification helped. So I do appreciate the clarification, and I appreciate what James is saying too. Which I that's why I said specifically. Yeah, there are different. There are different contexts. So now that I have a much better understanding of the context, no, I agree completely with it. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I agree completely with what Amy said. It's a human book, and it shows you exactly what we are like when there is no significant civil structures in the sense that we think of them in a modern era.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was getting at. And I would say, to make this point, erase everything you think you know about religion. Erase everything you think you know about God. Try to think of religion as a kind of net that whenever a society is getting out of hand, it comes into place, and it brings things back into a kind of equilibrium, and a state, kind of a state where we are in right now. And
it can. I don't think it does. Those are two
Well,
different claims.
I think it has. I think it has been acted like that. I mean, that's at least my perspective. I think it has.
It has in some cases, absolutely, irrefutably. It's done immeasurable good in some circumstances, but in at least as many, it appears to do immeasurable damage as well. And there are other ways to do it. I mean, because when you say it does, you imply, whether you mean to or not, you imply that that's the way it's done. That's the way you stabilize countries. And the reality is, there are plenty of countries, like in Scandinavian countries, that have the highest. They're the greatest.
Familiar with the statistics.
Yes, what?
I'm familiar with the statistics that you're about to mention.
Okay, so of the top 10 countries rated for life expectancy, education, happiness index, of the top 10, the top 8 of the top 10 are also in the top 10 for most secular countries in the world. So I don't think religion has to do that. I think it can. I think it has effectively in some cases. I think it's also done a tremendous amount of harm in any number of cases. I don't think it's necessarily our best tool for that, but I think it's the same kind of almost religious fervor when an atheist comes out and says, nope, religion's never done anything good. Well, come on, let's be objective.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for acknowledging that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. And
I think that's a religious claim to say that. Yeah.
Religion has been part of human evolution in a way, so it had to serve some type of purpose at some point for it to be something that stuck around. It's not entirely useless or evil. It's just, I think we've gone beyond the point where we need to rely on it.
I once snuck in kind of metaphysical claim that I think Nick made that he may have not realized, was that the secular position is somehow fixed, it's somehow concrete, that it's not provisional. As atheists say, if I'm open to evidence, my position is going to change.
Yes.
You know, it's almost saying that atheism is like some concrete view that eventually people who realize reason and rationalization, they're just naturally going to come to atheism, and we're going to have a worldwide atheism. I think it kind of assumes that.
Hopefully one day.
You see, that's another comment that assumes the same thing. And if you had a point to make, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I also don't want to cut you off. So, I certainly didn't mean to imply that. I don't think I necessarily did. I think secularism is, like most isms, has a pretty good definition. And so in the same way, like religion has a definition. So you can talk about the most secular or the most religious countries in the world, and they are that almost a priori, by definition. I think right now secularism, in fact, I know secularism has been on the rise for quite some time, and as it does, we've seen in most cases a rise in standard of living. Yeah, standard of living. But that's not universal, and I don't know that we could get rid of religion even if we all wanted to, and I don't have any evidence that that would be a good thing. I have lots of evidence that keeping religion far more in check is probably a good thing, but getting rid of it completely is an extra step that I've never seen anyone successfully take.
When you say in check, it's almost like you're saying the opposite of what I was saying about the religious net. Like you're almost saying like it's an atheist net going around religion. You know what I mean?
Well, what I mean by in check is specifically religious claims in check. So I don't think we should outlaw religion. I don't think we should say that you can't be religious, and we should not.
And that's what I meant.
I wouldn't say that either. I think it's going to wither and die on its own, but we should never. Every time it's been tried to be stamped out through authoritarianism, it's never worked. It's had bad consequences. It's just not the route we need to go. We need to just take the route we're going, and which is addressing the claims, debunking them, and.
Yes.
This is what I'm trying to argue.
You will have some people who want to follow and believe, and you can't force them not to believe if it's what they want to believe.
I think that's missing the point. This is what I'm trying to argue, that when you say that it's going to wither and die out on its own, you're assuming that religion is like something that, assuming it's the product of bad thinking, like it's like as though rationality led naturally to atheism. I don't think it does. I mean,
Well,
Einstein, for instance, was a theist, and
okay,
um,
but that's very that's a loaded claim right there to say that he definitely wasn't like a practicing religious
Newton was.
person.
sure, but I mean, he did mean theist in a very different sense, and it's a very similar sense in how I interpret it. And that's sort of what I'm getting at. Like, you can't really uh, reduce these things in the common fashion that you often hear. Um,
I mean, if you think religion it can just kind of evolve and to be this thing that's always outside of our ability to disprove, then I mean, okay, that's all that we've seen religion do. As we learn more and science presents us with more information, the religious claims have to be modified so as to remain unfalsifiable, and that's really the way we've seen religion evolve.
I mean, I know I came on with a different name here, but you're probably familiar. I am Cafe in the chat. I've spoken to Nick. I've spoken to Amy. I've spoken to you.
Right.
And
yeah.
And this we were like going heavily into like religious, spiritual, mystical experience in the last time we spoke.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Yes, and what I guess what I'm getting at is like what science is saying is that this isn't something that's intrinsic to us. It's like built into our very biology, our evolutionary psychology. It's part of our evolution, and we're kind of hardwired to have these types of experiences, and it's kind of weird to say, oh, religion's just gonna die out naturally when we're hardwired to have spiritual experiences. Like you would have to, I mean, if you really wanted to eradicate religion in this sense, then you would have to alter the genetic code of our very species.
Well, I don't think so, because we've seen a huge rise in secularism. But go ahead, I'll let you respond, Nick.
Well, let me. I think this is a great time to start to, since the discussion is getting somewhat more nuanced. It's a good time to tighten up the vocabulary a bit, because I did say religion a couple of times. What I meant by that usually is theism. What I mean by theism is a little different than what most people mean by theism. I use theism in the same way Christopher Hitchens did, the same way it's usually used in Europe. It's what's called classical theism, as opposed to the way we use it in America. In classical theism, deism is a subset theism is a subset of deism. So you could have a deist who is not a theist, but not the other way around. And the reason that's important, and that's one reason why I like to use it, is because when I talk about religion, I tend to be referring to classical theism. I have absolutely no objection to spiritual beliefs, which I usually would classify then as, when I say a spiritual belief, I'm usually talking about deism. I have no objection to people who believe they have a personal connection to a higher power, whatever that higher power is. I have no objection to any number of these things, and I don't think you can eliminate any of it, because we're superstitious. Even atheists end up being superstitious. So we have a lot of this that's just hardwired. You're never getting rid of. But I think what James meant when he said religion, and certainly what I meant, would be either classical theism or organized religion. And I normally drop the word organized because people think I talk too much already. I try not to put in superfluous words. So
very verbose.
Yeah. Thank you for jumping
trademark.
in.
It's your trademark.
And clarify. Yeah, it is, exactly. Nick, fallen asleep yet? No. Then watch Nick. I normally drop the quote organized when I say religion, but 9 times out of 10 when I refer to religion, I mean specific. Yes, I mean classical theism, which is specifically organized religion. And I take it one step further. I don't even really object to organized religion. I personally am not a fan, but that's not the problem. It's when they start telling other people how to live their lives based on these claims, which are either unfalsifiable or have no evidence supporting them. So that's what I object to, and that's what I think we talk about when we say that's what we as most secularists would like to see. Not all. There's some who want to get rid of this. All faith-based beliefs are no. But
and Kathy, I'll let you respond, but after that, instead of another skeptic responding, we'll have the skeptic Mark Reed respond. Woohoo!
And
Awesome.
you had to mention Pat, and there he is in the live chat, causing trouble because
Uh-oh.
Pat.
But yeah, to make it, give another statement if you want, Jimmy, and then just tell me when you're done so I can add Mark.
All right, cool. No, I love Nick. I've always told him that. Every time I've been on together, like I think we were on Steve McRae's Ask a Philosopher one.
We all love
Well,
Nick.
you called in to ask a philosopher. That's right, and I've always appreciated your questions, and I've always appreciated.
Yeah. No, there was even an episode where we got to chill. Like it wasn't, it wasn't a call-in show. It was a kind of like a open chat, kind of like this. And I got to hang out with you once, and I don't know if you recall. I can make it. I still have the link to it, but
send me the link. I'm curious, but
sure.
yeah, the Ask a Philosopher was always a lot of fun.
Nick is an absolute riot in the after show.
I was gonna say though, I noticed you kind of associated spirituality with theism, and I don't know if you ever heard William Lane Craig. I don't think there's any kind of distinction between theism and theism. I think theism is a subset of theism because they're both an acknowledgement of a God, of theism, theism, of believing in God. You know what I mean? One thing you could say about both of them, they both acknowledge God.
Yes, but you see, so that depends on, and that's why, and I prefer the other way around because what William Lane Craig is using is modern theism, and in that theism is any belief in God, and then there are different kinds of beliefs in God.
Well, I would challenge how you think of classical theism, because in my understanding of classical theism, God doesn't possess any anthropomorphic qualities whatsoever. It's not some Zeus-like entity, and
theism?
I think a lot of people. No, classical theism, classical theology. A lot of people confuse classical theology with a kind of Zeus-like entity god, and
not classical theology.
Classical theism.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I refer to the theology within classical theism. Yes, to put it more accurately.
Well, classical theism for about 1,000 years only referred to Christianity or any of the Abrahamic religions, and most people today still use classical theism really to refer exclusively to the set of Abrahamic religions. So in the classical sense, you have deism, which is just the belief in a higher power, any higher power. Then as you start modifying and adding that belief, you have subsets. So polytheism, pantheism would be actually subsets of deism, even though they've got the theism, and then any kind of theism you've got, and then classical theism would be, okay, you add on to that God belief that not only is there a God or a higher power, but you communicate with that God, you are somehow connected with that God knows you exist, and or may have commandments or injunctions for you.
You're making more
what I think is,
yeah, exactly.
I think in all of your examples, you keep on referring to like an external, like I guess I know that's how you interpret theism, but I would not put pantheism in line with deism, or because pantheism.
Finish your point, Jimmy. Then we really do need to get Mark on after.
Yeah, okay,
that, so
okay.
We'll
My point is that pantheism refers to something that's more rooted in something called panentheism, where it's more like a merging. It's a resonance, a unison. It's not something that's referred to as an outside oneself. Or as Eastern philosophy, non-dualism. I think there's this when you associate pantheism with theism, you're making this distinction that really isn't there of something outside, whereas pantheism, it's all containing. Yeah, that's it. I guess I'll leave it there. I didn't want to make it too long.
We'll probably pick up the conversation with that because Mark probably has something to say. So, Mark, we are Skeptic Bible Studying on Aaron's magic rod, along with some just theological questions in general. Hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Amy, and it's delightful to see you all. Hello,
hey,
James and
welcome,
Nick
Mark.
and Jimmy. How are you all doing?
Very well.
Yeah, I was fascinated by this conversation. I must admit, I missed the magic rod. Terrible. I need all the magic rod I can get in my life, so that's terrible. But,
immediately listen to Rod Stewart's song.
Oh, nice. Now there's a man who can make a magic rod or two. Yeah, so this idea of, I think you were talking about religions dying out and that kind of thing. And is religion something that we're ever going to put aside, or is it something that we're going to live with? I don't think anybody really knows. Like, it's impossible to tell. I will say a couple of things that cross my mind, though. One is that religion seems to be insanely tenacious. Like, there used to be the gods on the mountains, and then the can was kicked down to the gods in the sky. And when we can explore the sky, it was kicked to the gods in the space. And when God wasn't in space, without saying gods outside the universe, if ever we manage to explore outside the universe in billions of years, it'll probably be gods outside of something else as well. I think that there is no getting away from theological beliefs, even if religion fails. And I know that sort of spiritualism is seeing a rise and things like that. So whether they're not technically theisms, they are isms of some sort. And that's just my personal opinion. I think that religious and superstitious beliefs will be with us forever. I think Nick said that, and I 100% have to agree. We seem to have, I think somebody once described it as a God-shaped hole in our brains that we seem to put these things in. And isms will survive, like transhumanism, which, I mean, there's debate whether that is a sort of a version of theism at all, or maybe a god in potentia. But I think things like that will progress for some time. But having said that, that's just my opinion. I don't think anybody can tell. Though I'm really fascinated in your deism there, Jimmy, and I must admit I haven't talked to you that much about it. So if you want to go through and have a conversation about that, I'd be more than happy to.
No, I'm actually really glad you chimed in, because that's precisely the point I was making, and I'm glad someone got it. And well, I mean, no, I'm not. No offense to anyone. I wanted. That's the point I was trying to emphasize. And this distinction between atheism and theism, I think the hidden assumption behind a slogan like "normalize atheism" is that atheism is going to be ultimately normalized. It's going to be the only thing around you that surrounds you. That it's going to be.
No, it's just normal. It shouldn't be maligned as some type of unreasonable or fringe view. I think that's what we mean.
I think, James, that you're correct in that's what Reynolds means by it. But I think, sorry, because we now have two in the chat. But I think what he meant by that was that there's a hidden message that by normalizing that, what he really means is that becomes the norm. That becomes what is.
That would be
I think what he's saying is that's the hidden.
That wouldn't be a bad thing, but whether that happens or not, like Mark said, we'll just have to wait and see. I think to a certain extent, there will be some form of superstitious beliefs that always linger, because there's always going to be an unknown. There's always going to be, no matter how far you go out, there's always going to be something beyond that. And there's always going to be something possible that could be there. So
you can
never rule all that out, but I wouldn't really say that as religion.
I would say in your very statement right there, though, you said superstitious. And a lot of people associate superstitious with, that which that cannot happen, that is irrational. And I, as a theist, I don't think I hold any so-called superstitious beliefs. There is nuances that should be respected and acknowledged. And I think that's what the language should, respect. That's what it should, gear towards. And that's what I try to do in my speech. And I try to acknowledge all perspectives.
Well, it may be a case of we're using two different definitions of superstition.
Probably.
You said it was that which cannot happen, and I definitely wouldn't agree to that. I would say that superstition is attributing supernatural causes to events and phenomena that occur.
Well, that's precisely what I was hinting towards, especially this term supernatural. And, so many atheists use that term supernatural. I've got into discussions with Matt Dillon on that very term. And he ultimately, it came down to, he said, well, I don't know what the supernatural means because it's never been demonstrated to me. It's kind of been his go-to the whole time. Like, if you ask him, what would convince you that there's a God? What is his answer? You already know. I don't know.
What do you mean you already know? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, he always his response has always been to that question. I don't know.
So
Well, he may not know. That may be 100% true.
Yes.
Well, just because I don't know is an inconvenient answer, it doesn't make it any less true.
Well, I wouldn't call it an inconvenient answer. I wouldn't say it's even an answer. I would say, I would call it an admittance of ignorance. He's being honest in that.
We are ignorant about some things. There are things we just don't know, and that's okay.
So
that's okay.
Are you suggesting that if his denial of religion is rational, then he should be able to come up with a bar, which, if could be cleared, he would say, "Okay, I would change my position." Is that roughly what you're getting at?
Well, of course. It shouldn't the logic convince you?
Okay.
If it does, it didn't happen to Justin Downing.
Let me ask you this question, since you said that, though. How could we ever convince you that there was no God definitively? What could we show you that would definitively prove that?
But aren't atheists not making that claim?
It's not about what we're claiming. It's about you want Matt Dillahunty to say what would he need to prove a God does exist? What would we need to do to show you to prove a God doesn't exist?
That's kind of what I'm getting at. That I searched these arguments myself for both sides, and I treated it objectively. I wasn't trying to be swayed with one side or the other.
Sure.
But this is the conclusion I came to. It may differ from your own, but there is a way to see these things in a very different light. It is, they call it in religion a metanoia, which means a change in heart, a change in perspective. And there's a lot of misconception. There's a lot of misconstruing, and that hasn't been hashed out. And if you look at a case like Justin Downing, he spent months and months with these so-called Islamic apologetics, because that's what I see it as. I don't think Jake the metaphysician has any experience in like Sufi mysticism or anything like that. I think he's going based off purely apologetics.
Okay.
And so he convinced Justin Downing that Islam is the one true religion. And so
you remember.
I know. Yeah.
I don't know who that is. Why should I?
The empathetic atheist. EA show.
I don't understand. I'm sure you're aware we could point out plenty of Christians and other religious people that have deconverted to atheism. It doesn't really say whether that's a.
I was an atheist myself.
I think his point. Point, though, and I think it's a valid one. So, especially if you're going to be a lacktheist, which grants you a number of things, including not actually having to because you're not making a position. You don't have to. Defend that position. It's the theist who has to defend theirs. But if you're going to hold that as the critical position, it does seem to me that you have some burden to understand what it would take to convince you of the theist position. Now, I'm aware that Dillahunty hasn't actually done, and I think that's the rational view. I think that's a fair point.
Dillahunty doesn't claim that. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but yeah, you're right. He doesn't.
But I do notice Jimmy avoided the same question in reverse. Well, when James posed the same question.
Yeah, but James posed the same question instead of answering his. I don't mind posing the same question, but when I ask a theist and I say, "Hey, why don't you demonstrate this?" and they say, "Well, the atheist can't do it." I don't care that the atheist can't do it. If I say, "Well, tell me how the religious person explains this metaphysical thing," and they say, "Well, you can't explain it." Yeah, that's a God of the gaps argument. That I can't explain it isn't the problem. Why don't you answer the question? So I do see his point in as much as he asked he was trying to make a point, and James turned it back on him but I think he's got a valid point. Now, I don't think it's a huge.
I don't think there's a point to be made. Matt Dillahunty doesn't know, then he doesn't know on the other side,
and that's fine. I think that's fine. I think that's equivalent. But if you're expecting Matt Dillahunty to know what would convince him, but you're saying, "Oh, I don't know what would convince me of the of a disbelief in a God,"
right?
Then I think that you've got a different set of criteria than what you're expecting out of somebody else.
There will always be some form of a gap in human knowledge, and you will always be able to stuff a God in there, no matter how small those gaps get. And that's like the position where we're at now, is because those gaps have shrunk, and theists just have to use whatever gaps are available to hide their God in. And
well, I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. I think it does happen a lot, but I don't think that's necessarily the case, James, that they use.
Well, I mean, if you look at the claims that religion made centuries ago,
well, you're quoting and it's a great if your God is simply that which we do not know, then God is an ever-receding pocket of scientific ignorance that gets smaller and smaller as human beings learn more. That was Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Sure.
I think James is right. I think that's a good.
Theists make the argument in a different direction. They'll say naturalism is a gap, that atheists are just trying to explain away
and
everything and say there is no God.
Let me explain that to you real quick, because when I hear that, because we do know that the natural world exists, and we do know that it has profound explanatory powers to explain things that we previously did not understand, and we've seen that happen. We've never one time seen a God be an explanation for anything that we've ever found. So to say naturalism of the gap, we know that naturalism works. It hasn't given us all the answers yet, but religion has not given us any answers yet.
Well, religion's given us a lot of answers. I think what you're saying is that there isn't any religious answer that has survived contact with science.
Right.
So there is no answer which, when confronted with a scientific answer, we currently use the religious answer as opposed to the scientific answer.
And
well, I think
I'll let you.
James, I think what James might be saying is that the answers that religion gives has no explanatory power. Like it actually has no explanation rather than just God or magic or miracle. It doesn't actually.
But the natural world does.
Yeah, the mechanisms and processes behind it.
Like the diversity of life, which was previously befuddling to people until the theory of evolution came around, and naturally had profound explanatory powers to explain things that were previously.
Look, just about anything. You could say the same for the germ theory of disease. You could say the same for,
relativity.
Right. You could say the same for almost anything that we've discovered through science. At one point, it was just, the gods working as the gods. Weather, lightning, any of these things. Sorry, Amy, go ahead.
We'll let Jimmy respond, I think, and then we'll get Pat in.
We want to get Pat in.
Yeah, Jimmy can respond,
I mean, you guys are not going to like what I'm going to say next.
Bring it on, Jimmy. Come on.
Everybody here is shocked.
Well, the last time I was on Amy's show, I was trying to make this major distinction when I called into the atheist experience and spoke to Matt Dillahunty. He spoke of the Holy Spirit religious experience. He compared it to like goosebumps, the friction on the chills that you get up your spine when you listen to good music, when you take drugs, when you have sex, so on and so forth. I was trying to make this major distinction that he was comparing it to that, and he would say things like, I saw people around me, they were saying they felt the Holy Spirit, they were just singing in choir, but we felt this thing. This very natural thing. And so I was trying to point out that in the studies at Johns Hopkins University, where they're dosing people with a single high dose of a psychedelic, the equivalent in a single pill that is that Terence McKenna called a heroic dose. They're not comparing the Holy Spirit to goosebumps. They're comparing the Holy Spirit to what people describe on these experiences when they take a very high dose of a psychedelic. And I'm not trying to emphasize psychedelics here. I mean, I have a huge respect for psychedelics, but I think there's a bigger point to be made in that it doesn't require psychedelics to enter these states. People report them in near death. People report them in deep states of meditation. People report them in various ways you can do this. There's starving
Sure.
yourself. You know, there's a lot of ways to experience this, and
Yeah.
it's and what they're saying is natural to human beings. The whole reason we can do this is our brains our very brains are wired to have, and that was more the point I was trying to get at with Matt.
Our brains respond
And-
to chemicals.
Yeah, and you can just have euphoria where you just, a mania
Sure.
where you have.
I mean, you could say our brains respond to chemicals, but the only reason they
Sure.
respond to chemicals is because you have pathways in your mind for those chemicals,
Well,
and they obviously involve with. In other words, we have a symbiotic relationship with. The whole reason we have so much cannabis receptors in our brain is because our ancestors were fucking major potheads for tens of thousands of years.
Well, I'm
You know?
not sure.
Was that because the cannabis plant, through evolution, figured out that if they want people to grow lots of these plants, they should have these chemicals that make people feel good in them, so that they will
Well,
say,
that's
"Oh,
a
I like
bold
that
claim.
plant."
Are you imbuing the pot plants now with consciousness? The plants figured out the
No, it's
No.
evolution. It's
Let's-
evolution.
let's not
Evolution
start on
figures
that.
it out on its own. Because the plants
I know,
that
I'm
people
gonna-
want to grow get grown more of, and what great you can make fruit that people
Look,
want to eat.
I think that's
You can make
rather a
chemicals.
large jump, to be honest with you. I mean, the
I disagree,
psychotropic elements.
I think that's why pot is so therapeutic for a lot of people, man, because people are missing something that in their ancestors have had for thousands of years. I think that's why the whole reason
Well,
is
perhaps
I'm
it's
going to
very
regret
difficult
this.
to
I'm
tell.
really going to regret this.
You
but
think
let's
it's a
bring in
large
Pat
jump to say that our
and-
brains are wired for it? You mean, Mark?
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah. I think that
not
a
just-
number
not just
of
pot, but
elements
with
out there are
psychedelics as well.
psychotropic and have a psychedelic effect on the brain, and I think it is complex chemicals, and the vast amounts of things do have that effect. And I think that sort of going, well, this plant was, in some way specifically. No, it just happens to be that way, as well as certain varieties of mushrooms, as well as certain varieties of nuts out there. There's just these
Caffeine.
these things that,
Well,
right,
let me
it's
ask
these
cocaine.
things that have an effect.
Yeah.
And I think that sort of going, well, it's evolved specifically for humans, because I mean it has the same effect on apes, right? If an ape goes
No,
and
that's
eats
not what I'm saying. I think that's a straw man. I'm not saying it evolved specifically for humans. I'm saying we co-evolved with this, that we've had a symbiotic relationship.
And I'm not saying that's not true. I'm not saying that's not true. All I'm saying is that I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just because there are these psychoactive ingredients in plants and things. I just wouldn't jump to that conclusion.
But we do need to get Pat on
I'm
after
gonna
that.
cut-
Yeah.
Yep. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
cut it.
bring Pat on, and we're gonna go for about 20 more minutes. However, if you are hungry for more skeptical conversation, we will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord after the show. So
More
with
memes.
that, the one, the only, Pat, what is up? We hope
Hey, Pat.
you are doing well. We have been Skeptic Bible studying on Aaron's magic rod, along with some fun theological back and forth. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
Well, thanks for having me on. My thoughts are I am the one and only, due to genetic anomalies that make me the one and only copy of myself and nothing else supernatural. So I was listening, trying to get work done, so I had to jump in because somehow I knew once Coffee got on that it was going to be the issue of psychedelic drugs were going to work its way into the conversation at a certain point. No, but I do think that many, there's been some good points today made, but ultimately I would push back a little bit. There are many questions that currently science has answered that religion continues to answer, or say that it has answers to, that people choose to accept rather than follow science. And in that way, in many ways, religion is counter science. And I would just give the explanative cause of death. Science can tell you what happens at death. And they can tell you what happens after death, but people don't want to hear that. And that is the real conundrum that we are. So many people want to believe that there is something beyond death, and science has basically demonstrated that there isn't. And I firmly state that based on the human condition. We can watch people die and see what happens to them, monitor them with the best scientific evidence, instrumentation that we have, and we have yet to find any proof for a supernatural post-human existence. Right, as far as, if you want to call it the soul, or a energy essence or whatever, people die, their bodies get cold, and they cease to exist, and their energy signal dwindles to zero and into its ambient temperature around it, and that's it. And you're a big sack of, at this point, rotting and pustulent meat. But if you want to say that there's some supernatural limit beyond that, I would ask you to demonstrate it. But I will say there are many people willing to assert that there is, in light of a overwhelming body of evidence that shows it to not be the case. And for that reason, religion is toxic. And that's it. And I'll sit back and listen now.
I got a question for Pat.
Thank you, Pat.
I got a question. So when you're watching people die, Pat, as you've stated, how many people have you watched die, and who are these people, and where can we send the police?
Well, when I was a police officer, I watched numerous people die. I've probably watched in excess of 2 or 3 dozen people actually. Right.
I shouldn't have asked.
So I've watched
conversation.
I've watched
to death.
So yeah, I've watched people in accidents that resulted in multiple fatal casualties. Not all of them go kindly into that light, so to speak. Most of the time, people are screaming and defecating on themselves as they go out of the world. Secondly, I've watched a lot of suicides as they've occurred, either through direct application or through instrumentalities other than that. And I've watched people die in gang-related and other violent crime. So if we want to compare watching people go out, it's never been gracious, right? So, it is never a good thing. And it is, again, I have yet to see someone just close their eyes and go to sleep. Well, I shouldn't say that. I've watched both my parents pass. So in that way, I saw people go to sleep and not come back. But the overwhelming majority of the death experience that I've experienced is in a rapid and often not very peaceful manner. So with that, that's my death experience. But death studies is something I'm interested in as far as matter of religion. Religion has consistently attempted to answer the question, what happens beyond death? And yet it has to provide a satisfactory answer given the light and in light of the body of scientific evidence that has been gathered in relation to it.
And it certainly impedes. It certainly impedes evolution. I mean, in the U.S. it's a big problem. It's not as big a problem outside the U.S., but in the U.S. it's a huge problem. The number of people who believe in young Earth creationism, and it's gone down. But the number of people who believed in the literal interpretation of the Bible was 60% in the U.S. 10 years ago. Now down below 40%. So it's a huge improvement. But and think of the damage that gets done when people sit there and deny evolution, when they deny what we now know about how things work, when they're sitting there. There was the debate earlier tonight about the flood. Tangelo was debating that the flood was that there is in fact evidence for the flood. Okay, so just the question: is there evidence for the flood? And we have people who are sitting there saying, well, it doesn't matter that the sediment layers. It doesn't matter. We still believe that the. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of it. It clearly does appear to be impeding our progress on acquiring.
Is there evidence for the round Earth?
Is there? Yes, there's astonishing evidence for the round Earth. Round Earth was demonstrated successfully by. Oh my God, Pat's going to know this one. Yeah, 400 BC. It begins with an E.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes, thank you. 400 BC, correctly done. Now, flat earthers have all sorts of counters to that. But that was done. I've reproduced it. I've seen parallax calculations done on the International Space Station, which could only produce the parallax results if it was in orbit, unless it was teleporting from one side to the other, and even then. So yes, it's been demonstrated beyond. There's an interesting term in philosophy, which is It's been demonstrated beyond, and I think they use this in science too, beyond the need to defend the position any further. So the position is just assumed true at this point. Is it possible it's false? Yeah, it's possible. I'm a brain in a vat, but it's been proven by any sense of the word that would have any meaning. And if you're going to sit there and go to capital T truth and say, well, I can't prove I'm not a brain in a vat, so it hasn't been proven. Okay, but then the word proof has no meaning.
With beer.
You want your what?
Vat filled with beer.
Your vat filled with beer. That explains a lot. At any rate, yeah. So if proof is to have any meaning, then yes, it's been proven.
Yeah, they were measuring shadows thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
Which Ken Owen says you can't use to measure the distance of stars, because who could measure those tiny angles, right?
Well, and presumably the sun is actually less than 80,000 miles away, so. Yeah, Hoven's cute on that one. And I mean, that's the problem with global skepticism, right? I mean, it's all knowledge eventually, if you do a reducto to any claim, eventually you will hit one of three things. You will hit a brute fact, infinite regress, or circular reasoning. You cannot avoid it. It's called the Munchausen trilemma or Agrippa's dilemma, and you can't avoid it. And because of that, you can actually undermine any claim of knowledge or evidence. The problem, so you can do one of two things. You can be, a flat earther, which 90% of flat earthers, 95% of flat earthers, what they're really doing is just being cute with this problem of global skepticism and attacking all knowledge to the point that you get it down to that and say, okay, you haven't proven anything. Or you can sit there and say, I'm going to do what my brain was designed for, which is operate with efficiency. I'm going to try to get the greatest number of correct claims in the shortest amount of time possible, because you can't question everything. You can't. You couldn't get out of bed in the morning if you did. So question just that.
You don't get absolute certainty on almost anything.
On anything, and the interesting thing is that's what God is. God is a brute fact answer to that claim. When they say, okay, well, you can't know anything, that's why you need a metaphysical grounding. Okay, that's a brute fact. You are asserting that by brute fact, and any defense of that is going to end up landing on one of the other trilemmas, probably usually infinite regress.
Presuppositionalism, that's what it is. It just answers all those questions. You stick a God there and say, there you go.
So they've done the exact same thing. So they say atheists get stuck on an infinite regress with the creation of the universe. Maybe, maybe not. I'm happy to say, yes, we do. Let's assume we do. The answer to that isn't to just create a brute fact and say, well, I'm going to declare a being called God that is immune to your infinite regress. Well,
and by the way, he doesn't need to be created.
Sorry,
he doesn't need to be created. He doesn't need a beginning. Yeah.
Oh, and that's how. That's how it gets, and that's fine. But now you've just done the brute fact. You've done the exact same thing.
So would you say that an infinitely existing universe that avoids the infinite regress because it's always existed, that would just fall under the brute fact?
It actually probably would. It depends on how you choose to argue it. I would say it would, and the reason is because. But here's the problem. The argument that I usually make is this. The universe is at a minimum infinitely complex. There's an infinite number of things. We cannot comprehend all of these things. We can't comprehend 1/billionth of them. So we break things down into chunks that we can use, into categories. There's an infinite number of tables, right? But we don't name each table and give it a different name. You couldn't do that. So we just say that's a table, and we go with that. We name individual people because we consider them important enough to usually, but we like to categorize them as well. So one thing we cannot seem to comprehend is infinity. Does that mean there is no such thing as infinity, and that's why we can't comprehend it, or that there really is such a thing as infinity and it's beyond our ability to operate with? I suspect it's the latter. But regardless, since we wouldn't be able to tell either way, any declaration of what infinity is or isn't would necessarily be a brute fact unless you had some kind of evidence backing it up. And I don't. So if you say the universe goes on infinitely, that's a brute fact assertion.
You would never be able to demonstrate it or prove it.
Nick, I would point out that, there's some assumptions there. Like, that's kind of a metaphysical claim that you can never demonstrate God. Like, you're always going to
I didn't say you couldn't demonstrate God.
Well, you did say something along the lines of, like, you're always
presuppose God.
You're always going to.
you couldn't understand infinity, and since God is unknowable and understandable, what I said is actually completely concurrent with.
Yes. Okay. Well, let me rephrase. Sorry. Let's put it that way. Yeah, you can never encompass infinity. It would be like getting a spoon out of the ocean, trying to, right? Would that be a fair analogy?
No, because I what I said was you couldn't comprehend it. I didn't say it didn't exist. In fact, I said it probably, in my view, it probably does. But because we cannot comprehend it, there's no
Okay.
difference between it not existing and.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
You can't
Right.
comprehend it. That's a
Right.
metaphysical claim. You can never comprehend it.
No, that's not a metaphysical claim. That is absolutely grounded in reality. We can't comprehend 1/1000th of the reality that we have in front of us. You think we could comprehend infinity?
Well, that's
So
what I'm trying to say.
the problem with comprehending infinity is that, like, okay, so just say you've got a line of dots, in this case, infinity dots, and you start counting them to ensure that that's infinity, and just say, how long are you going to count before you have
Here's
proven
what I'm getting at.
infinity? The problem is that you count 1,000,000, you can say, hey, it's infinity because I don't want to count anymore.
Yes.
But that isn't. But if something is truly infinity, you will never reach the end to actually determine that it is infinity.
Nick, have you ever read a description of the oceanic filling by Romain Rolland? It was a letter that he wrote to Sigmund Freud.
It sounds familiar, and you started to reference it, and I've heard it before, but please refresh my memory.
Okay, this guy Romain Rolland, he had this what I would call a mystical experience, and so for the mystics, reality is not something that you try to understand it by bits and pieces throughout, infiniteness. It's something you encompass all at once. And so for the mystic, I mentioned this before, that all time, past and future collapse into the moment. They encompass the reality in one fell swoop through their own intuition, through what they call divine intuition, and that they perceive that a potential in all of us. This is what the spiritual experience is, and so it's not about trying to understand reality in bits and pieces. The metaphors they use is like, if you try to understand reality in bits and pieces, it's like trying to understand the ocean with a spoon, and you're only getting little, you only can swoop up.
So this mystical experience, are they on drugs?
Well, you see, I think it was Pat earlier that tried to say, hey, I knew as soon as Kathy entered the room and to be about psychedelics. Well, I briefly mentioned it, at the end of that conversation there. And the emphasis I was trying to make was that it wasn't about psychedelics. It's more about the dissolution of one's ego.
I get you. I get you. I just don't think that a brain on drugs is particularly good at measuring anything, much less something infinite. And intuition itself isn't particularly good at getting correct answers. Your intuition may tell you something about a dark alley, but there might be somebody lurking in it.
I mean, it's
the hit and miss rate of intuition isn't particularly good when it comes to that kind of
thing. When you say a brain on drugs, that's a very generalized statement.
And I'm going to interrupt you guys. We got 5 more minutes, and then we're going to wrap up for outros and head to Discord.
So, are you familiar with the Socratic method?
Of course.
So, like we learn things, and then we build upon that knowledge, and that's how we progress and we grow. And we start with small bits of knowledge, and then we build on that. What you're saying is we can't understand the small bits; we can only understand the huge bits, the whole concepts of it. Is that what you mean?
It's interesting that you brought up Greek philosophy because, if you refer to the time of Plato or Socrates, their emphasis was kenosis. It was, this thing that Plato ultimately called the good, and what Plotinus would eventually call the one. They criticized the Olympic gods. They didn't believe in Zeus and his offspring. They didn't believe in this entity god. They had a much more sophisticated understanding of God, and I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, when somebody says a mystical experience like that, first of all, that doesn't sound like infinity to me, and maybe that sounds like that to them, and maybe they say that they've
Well,
encountered.
that's a modern term, man. You got to remember that what the mystics are referring to as is a kind of wholeness of if
And
you
but
like.
I think we're talking two different things, because you asked, how could I demonstrate that wasn't happening, and well, I can't. It still doesn't sound like they're comprehending all things at all times, and in fact, if they were, that would be omnipotence, or they would.
What I'm trying to get at.
Yes, please.
Well,
So they'd be able to tell the future.
To clarify for Nick, I do try to refer to these studies. This is a very natural experience. This is a very biological normal experience. This is something
We're
that
not
happens.
knocking drug use on here, or trying to malign it. I think.
Well, yeah. Well, I think what the science is trying to say is that the content of the phenomenon is what people are considering transcendent. That people are describing these experiences that are so-called outside of space and time.
And I've got no doubt that people may think all time collapses into a moment.
It's not that
for
people
them.
think.
But how do you can demonstrate that?
How do you tell that that's actually happened? Because they don't seem to be able to make predictions of the future, or in some way demonstrate. Well, I mean, I know they feel like that, but how would you show that's actually happening?
Well, this is what's invariably described. I think that's kind of irrelevant to the point.
No, I know people describe that feeling, right? Like you could describe being hungry, and everybody will agree this is what being hungry like. It's a deep yearning and craving for something of sustenance, etc., and so on. But the mystical experience is when people say it feels like all time collapses into one moment for me, but you're alluding to it as being infinity, something actually in the world. So how would you demonstrate that feeling is actually accurate?
I think the term feeling betrays the experience. Like it's not a feeling, and even the professionals will say, feeling is important, but that's not the point.
These studies make no comment on whether it actually happened, right?
What I think is
right.
Give me a second. What these studies are saying is that there's a phenomenon in consciousness. It's not just a feeling. It's a fundamental transformation of one's perception, one's consciousness, and it's been happening over millennia. And various religions have come to call it various names, so that the Hindus call it samadhi, or the Buddhists called it nirvana. The Christian mystics called it beatific vision, or the direct revelation of the Holy Spirit, so on and so forth. It's been called various names.
Yeah, but the studies don't actually say that is what's happening, do they?
No, they don't say they exist. The other important
exactly
thing,
what the studies are saying.
The studies I've seen aren't saying that they actually exist. And the other thing is, and this is important, you use the word perception. I think that's better than feeling.
That's a straw man.
Okay. Well, please, let me just finish this, and then I'd like to. But here's the thing. You use the word perception, and I think that's a much better word than feeling. They do appear to be perceiving these things, but we perceive so much, and it is so often unbelievably wrong. One of the biggest perceptions we've all had is you look up into the sky and you see that the sun is clearly moving around us. It's clear, it is undeniable. The sun is moving around us, and somebody could stand there and say, "Well, actually, I thought about this for a second, and I realized if we were moving around the sun, or if we were spinning, it would look identical and you couldn't tell the difference." No. The people who said this were stoned, because it's so obvious to every
Like it's obvious the world is flat, right?
So yeah. So I'm the reason we have science and we do science the way we do is our perceptions are staggeringly bad and very inaccurate, and we reach conclusions.
Our intuitions mislead us.
Yeah, our intuitions, what we perceive,
is notice I'm not,
Well,
I'm not.
Please answer. Yes, sorry. Please answer.
I just want to point out, Jimmy, you're going to be the last response, but then everyone can have their own response in the outro and more fun at Discord. So, Jimmy, the floor is yours, and then tell us when you're done, because I'm going to move in outros. But it's been fun, guys.
No, I appreciate this discussion. I actually got a little thrown off. I'm sorry. I was a little nervous.
We
What
don't
was the last
bite.
one? You
So
don't-
Jamie won't
I
bite you.
suggested that perceptions
Not sure about
are not always accurate, and I think it had also been suggested
Okay,
by
okay.
Matt that these didn't actually, the studies are not saying that they actually happened.
All right, all right. I disagree. I think the studies are saying that what they're inducing them in their volunteers is descriptions that they find no distinction with the so-called mystics throughout the ages of the various major religions. And so they are recognizing these parallels, virtually identical is the terminology that they're using, that you're using, that, they can't find any distinction between what they're inducing and the psychedelics with their volunteers with so-called mystics throughout the ages. They can't answer how the mystics had it. They don't know whether the mystics did it through psychedelics. They don't know whether they were practicing some kind of very intense contemplation like hesychasm or something like that. They can't answer that, but they can show that the descriptions in scripture are very resonant. They hold high resonance with what they're inducing with their volunteers with the psychedelics. I mean, and I think that's one of the points I've been trying to put out. And I know for a fact that Matt Dillahunty has never had this experience because I reeled off all the major. They defined this the full spectrum experience, the so-called complete mystical experience, by 6 characteristics in the Johns Hopkins studies that have been used that build on earlier studies throughout decades and not, that are now used worldwide. And I reeled off all 6 for Nancy, and he couldn't identify with a single one. Nor could his co-host Phil
I'm not
Sessions.
surprised.
And so I really don't believe Matt has had experience. I think that's why he compares it to Goosebumps, which is my whole point, that it's not Goosebumps. They're comparing it to something more profound than that. And I mean, I don't mean to emphasize psychedelics, but the reason why psychedelics have become popular is because it's a very facile route to it. Like you don't have to be this renowned monk who is a practitioner of some meditative technique for over 30, 50 years. You can just take psychedelics one night and discover what the monk did after that many years of practice. And it's kind of dangerous for someone to do it that way because they get a glimpse of it, but it's not the rigorous practice of someone who's doing it religiously. So there is something to be said about that, and it goes very deep. And I will leave it at that.
And okay, on that,
Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, it has been a fun Skeptic Bible study, and we are moving into our outros.
Don't do it, Amy. Don't.
I can't help it. My
He
body
put the
was ready.
super in super straight.
And then super straight lines. And with Pat, we have been having fun, been having some Bible back and forth and some theological back and forth, really. And I hope you had a good time. And what are your final thoughts?
Well, I had a great time. Thanks to you and James once again for having me on and making this podcast possible for all those out there. Well, the mystery of the ages. Will religion ever demonstrate its existence? If its primal attestment is to some type of supernatural being that exists beyond, in many cases, space and time. Will that being ever make itself known? Thus far, not to the satisfactory of those of us that are sitting here today, or some of us, I should say, myself included. And I would say that when those questions are answered and manifestations are made to a satisfactory level, many of us will be in awe. Until then, I remain a skeptic and happy to do so. So thanks for having me on, and it was good to see everybody.
Do you have Pat's channel on the link, Amy?
That's right. And in fact, Pat, tell us what you are up to.
Well, I'm continuing to produce videos based on my research that I did this summer, and I actually have one in the queue to publish, so that'll be coming out here really quick. So look forward for that, and hopefully I'll be coming on Amy's show again here real quick to do something on
Can't wait.
Talk Skeptic to Me. But until then, everybody take care and have a good weekend. That's coming up.
That's right.
Thanks,
Thank you so very
Pat.
much, Pat. And do you see, ladies and gentlemen, do you see that long link on there? Do you want to type in that long link?
Should probably put
You
the
want
type
to
the name
get
there.
Pat to his 100. He needs those 100 subscribers. We want to get him Pat, youtube.com/Pat Lowinger, ladies and gentlemen. So go sub to his channel.
Discovering
Woo-hoo.
Ancient History with Pat Lowinger. If you don't want to type the link in, yeah, you can just type that in. Discovering Ancient History with Pat Lowinger.
But we need to get him
That would be
his
great.
name, baby.
You want to
that'd
be
great.
that guy
Thank you.
who's not subbed to that channel. Yeah.
And all right, thank you so very
Thank you,
much,
Pat.
Pat. And all right, Mark, we have been Skeptic Bible Study. Not only that, we've been throwing some theological back and forth. I hope you had a good time. What have you been up to? And what are your final thoughts?
So we've asked a few of the big questions. Actually, I got it correct that he said, will religion demonstrate its existence? Well, yep, religion definitely exists. I can definitely say that. That's probably part of the problem. I like Pat's response. Will a deity or deities or some form of supernatural being in some way demonstrate its existence? Who knows? For the moment, it's never been demonstrated, and every time we've gone looking, we have found absolutely nothing. I would actually lean towards there is no supernatural being, just because we've been searching for so long, and still every time we knock back where the theists claim this being is, we find nothing, and they just move the goalpost one more step out. This whole thing about and it reminds me of who is it? Is it Jordan Peterson who went on about psychedelics and the mystical experience?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was him. And the mystical experience in most of these papers, they usually are sort of quoting it as a mystical experience, because they're not in fact saying it is some kind of supernatural thing. They're giving a list of criteria that it meets up with. And I've been an atheist sort of all my life, so maybe a pantheist, hinging on a pantheist at one point ages ago, but I haven't felt a Holy Spirit. I've not been involved with the Judeo-Christian things. I am, however, very aware, having spoken to a lot of Christians, that the Holy Spirit isn't exactly the same for everybody. They do describe it as different things, elation, and some describe it as goosebumps, some describe it as this other thing. Some say it compels them to talk in tongues, some say other stuff. It's never, and sure, there's similarities between them, but it's never this is definitely what we know the Holy Spirit experience to be. And as I said earlier, you can get a sense of elation through just a psychological condition, mania or euphoria, or any of these things that can trigger it. And though I have had psychedelics a while ago in my past, and I can understand how a brain under the influence of that kind of substance would find a deity or a mystical or supernatural very seductive thing, not only because of the things that you see, experience, feel, what your perception tells you around you, which does not exist, but also because you're incredibly susceptible to suggestion. And it's something that you've got to look out for. If you are on one of these substances, people can persuade you of things very, very easily. You're in a very susceptible position. So I don't give much credence to the psychedelics and mystical experience things. I think there is a certain things that you experience that they call a mystical experience on psychedelics, but I think it's no more mystical than say having schizophrenia and hearing voices in your head, or having hallucinations and seeing things that aren't there. It's about the same level of mysticism as that is, i.e. not mystical at all. So that's about all I had to say, but thank you so much for having me on. Thank you for talking with me, everybody, and thank you very much to the audience for
Thank you, Mark.
tuning in.
Thank you, Mark. And all right, we're gonna be moving right along. And do you have a channel, Mark?
I do, somewhere.
Over the rainbow.
I'll find it. I'll put it in the thing once. I do. There's just a couple of debates on there. I'm not up to much at the moment. I'm more just studying, and I do have a debate. I'm moderating the first modern day Discord debate. So that's going to be interesting. Oh, it's like Friday at 4 a.m. Eastern time.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, just
what's the debate on?
Flat Earth with
oh my
Iron Horse, or Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, he used to be called. And a newcomer called Sal. So that should be interesting. Should be fun. So yeah, hopefully Flat Earth behaves himself. But
Aussie.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, Flat Earth Aussie.
He's one of you guys, so you know how that goes.
Yeah. He's certainly a character.
Amy's tangled with him before.
Oh, have you?
Oh,
How's
yeah.
that for you?
Yeah, so have I yeah. That was a long story.
Okay, sounds like it, yeah. But that's right. I'm not debating him. I'm just moderating for somebody else. So yeah.
And thank you so very much, Mark. And good luck. You're going to be an awesome moderator.
Oh, thank you.
And all right, we're moving right along. Jimmy, we've been having fun tonight in our Skeptic Bible study, along with some theological back and forth. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
I don't know if you guys can hear me. My headphones.
We hear you.
Yeah, so I have to respond to some criticism. I think what Pat mentions, I think, is very commonplace. There is this distinction of like a God that's outside of space and time. But where do we attribute it? We think of a God outside of ourselves, that's outside of space and time. In other words, we anthropomorphize this notion. And I think the point is, in my opinion, the point is that the so-called outside in space and time is a potential in yourself. It's not something to be attributed to the outside. It's something that when you experience in yourself, it absolves all paradoxes. All past and future collapse into the moment. That was more my point. And I think it's kind of a mistake to associate pantheism with deism and stuff like that. And we should pay very careful attention to the semantics. And there was another criticism from the last speaker, if I may know your name, if you don't mind.
Mark?
Oh, me?
Yeah, he's talking about Mark.
Yeah, sorry. Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very commonplace to place the divine, something outside yourself. I think what a lot of people don't realize inside these mystical experiences, like in a way, you wouldn't want to know God. I mean, if you had one of these type of experiences, you know how they place omniscience on the divine God. If you knew everything, there'd be no reason for me to speak. you would know every single word I was going to say. That, you know, there would be no reason for anything to happen. All you know, you would be colossally bored in knowing everything, and and yet this is what mystics describe when they have these type of experiences. And you know, I don't think an atheist would truly want that, unless they like, you really want to know if there's a God. Another point I was going to make, if I may end with this, was that I think it's like a misnomer to kind of associate all this with psychedelics, because um, there's many ways for this to happen. I know I already made that point, but what I was going to make beyond that is that the very chemistry that happens in these states, whether they be natural, whether they be through meditation, whether they be through near death, it still returns to what our bodies are naturally capable of, and we produce DMT naturally. And it may be the case that in all these cases, like these accounts of near-death experiences, it's our own potential for the very, you know, entheogenic substances contained within our own brains that our own minds produce. And, you know, so it's hard to dissociate a lot of this from psychedelics, because it seems to be intertwined with the very the nature of our mind, with the nature of our consciousness.
Thank you for that happy ending there.
Thank you so very much, Jimmy. Woohoo! And hey, we always love having theists on. I will say, it's always the Lion's Den, very brave. So thank you for coming on, as always.
We always love a happy ending.
Oh, that's right, baby.
And the Socratic Gangbang has a happy ending.
A happy ending for the Socratic Gangbang. Nice. Love
Nick,
it.
we are asking the deep questions, the very deep questions here. But yes, we have been Skeptic Bible Studying, as long as some fun theological back and forth. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, thank you very much for having me on. It was a pleasure, as always. I used to be a theist or a Christian deist, depending on how you choose to look at it. Used to believe, missed my faith very much. Wish it were true. Genuinely do. And I don't wish necessarily in the exact God of the Bible, the literal Bible. So we won't go quite that far. But certainly did believe in and wish for a roughly Christian God. So you know, but false beliefs. I hurt people with my false beliefs, and other people have hurt me with their false beliefs. So I think we are obligated to. We're morally obligated to be as accurate as we can with the world around us. We can't know for certain, but we have to try, because that's the way failing to do so is how we inflict pain on other people. We can't make even good decisions for ourselves unless we know. So I have had some experiences like this. It strikes me that yes, all of these experiences are internal, and that for me is further proof that there is at least no external religion. Anything internal, there's a lot of commonalities actually in a lot of these experiences. There are differences too, but that demonstrates to me that, well, since, you know, if you've ever seen a human brain on a therapist's desk or a doctor's desk, what's funny about that is all our brains are shaped the same, and they actually have the same general ridges. It's not like a thumbprint. It's not different for everybody. Our brains are constructed vastly similar, 99% identical. Our experiences have been different, but our brains operate roughly the same. So they're going to operate roughly the same when people are dying, and when they're stressed, when they're hungry, when they're yada, 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 and when they're engaging in these experiences. But it strikes me as just part of our perceptions and how we operate. I don't think, if someone wants to ascribe supernatural meaning to it, I think you can, but I don't think there's any evidence to that. I don't think, again, it's productive to add unnecessary past the minimum number of necessary explanations for what's going on. And that appears to be that I don't think there's a consciousness outside the brain, and I think you're just fiddling with that consciousness either naturally or with these chemicals. So I don't see any evidence it's anything more than that. I do want to say I want to thank, I think his name is Jimmy. It's the first time I've heard his name, but at least that I recall, for coming on too, because that was a great conversation. And I don't know, I was looking for a really good conversation tonight, so I enjoyed it very much. I think he had a lot of interesting stuff to say. So
You came to the right place.
I did, absolutely. As much as I can't not give you guys shit, because I absolutely have to. I'm wired that way.
It's in the contract.
I absolutely. Yeah, exactly. So, but you can find me on In Time. It's youtube.com/In Time Show. It's news, culture, and politics channel. We do cover live breaking news, which is always it can be intense. The January 6th was an interesting day. But so we cover stuff like that live. We also have interviews. We just yesterday we had Homozygote on. He is a PhD candidate and a genuine expert. I've never met anyone who knows more about COVID than this guy. And but the politics of it too. It's not just the science. He knows the politics. He understands who's saying what and how things. It was an amazing. It was a 2-hour show last night. That was a lot of fun. We've had on Aaron Ra, Matt Dillahunty, a bunch of others. We have Dr. Carrier on.
Yeah,
we've had it. Yeah, we've had him on a number of times. So, and but it's not just it's not an atheist channel. We lean that way because the producer is atheist, the host is atheist. 90% of the people who've ever worked on the show are atheists, and that's where we tend to draw from. But we've actually had on the conversion of Dr. Sykart and why he became a theist, and we cover history, civics, all of that stuff, and we try to make it so that you learn something, but we also try to have fun while doing it. So hopefully, not unlike some other program with some Amy or whatever chick who likes to throw up hearts and do stuff like that. But anyway, so come check that out. I hope you guys will like it. Friday we have Friday we have our hang, and we've had Pat came to the last hang. So did Eddie. And Will's come to some of these, so people some people you don't know, and try to get them all together and just have a hang and have fun. Yeah, we'll be doing that, and then we'll be doing. We've got coming up next week and the week after. We have Dr. Conspiracy on. He's a PhD in philosophy who's also an expert in conspiracy theories, especially international ones, which we're going to be talking about. And we're setting up a debate and a couple other interesting shows coming up in the next couple of weeks. So we'll check it out.
Thanks, Nick, and also our special channel on our Discord server dedicated to him.
Yeah. Somehow I gotta. I don't go. Don't
He's
see
been
that.
memorialized.
You can thank Titan for that.
You don't need to go see the channel. You don't need to go to their Discord. You can just
tighten your anus.
Exactly. And woohoo! Thank you so very much, Nick.
Yay.
Exactly.
Put the suit down.
Put the suit down. I'm not even wearing this suit, you schmuck.
I can't help it.
All right, James.
We're two schmucks here.
I know. Hey, what can you do but just be the two schmucks? I'm handing the other schmuck
Two schmucks on DMT, right?
Look, I'm not saying I'm feeling. I don't know if I can even do a Joe Rogan impression, but I'm not saying DMT, but DMT.
Yeah, I mean, if it really connects you with reality, why couldn't you just be on it all the time? That you could just constantly take psychedelics, and you would have you'd be so connected with the universe that you would just become one with the universe at that point. Why would we have to live this menial, boring, day-to-day existence where we just have to be confined in this 3-dimensional prison that we live in, plus time, which also sucks, and it's probably also an illusion. So it's not really necessary because time collapses into one, and like Jen says, it's probably a circle, right? On the four-dimensional periodic table, something like that, with the circles.
The Church of Entropy.
Yes, Church of Entropy. Yes, we love love us some entropy around here. But yeah, thanks, guys. What a great discussion. We will be back shortly, and thanks, guys.
Don't forget to check out the Silent and the Mute Marine. That is hilarious. The William Shatner doing Ollie North.
I haven't pulled up in there. I haven't gotten to watch it yet, but thanks everyone. We got a chorus of misfits out there tonight. We got Doorknob Head to Freak. We got Harlequin. We got some new faces out there. X Music, Amaretto, of course, can't get rid of her. Norfolk and Silly, the Freak, he's been tearing it up in there. Tinkle Tinkle, or Tinkle Tink. Anybody I missed, I'm sure Amy will cover. We got Jen out there too.
Woohoo! And all right. Dun dun dun.
Socratic gangbang.
Exactly. It happens. Sometimes you just walk into it. And all right.
Say, Amy, get the
I
strap
want a
on, but
link.
that's not necessary.
Woohoo! That costs extra. No. Always included. All right, I want to include 2. Got these right in the chamber because I wanted to set it up for you guys. All right, there you go. Come on, let us get. I have to bring it up twice. Let's get that 100. There's that tiny URL. I made it tiny for you. Let's make it tiny for Pat. Get that 100. There's Mark.
Badass Pat Lowinger.
That's right. We need to get Mark to 100. All right. Look at that. Made it nice and tiny. But we got to make it tiny for these 2 mentions. And all right.
But I don't think it's tiny, Amy.
Not tiny. Look.
Only,
it was
guy?
cold when they were,
Alex
YouTube
Stein.
was setting up the URLs. Okay. Anyway, I hope you
Alex
all
Stein is tiny.
That's the guy. He's basically wants to be Turn of the Frog Day. Anyway, I hope you all.
Go ahead, Amy.
$400. Not a $400 suit though. He always has like the blue suit. I don't know why
suit.
though. Why a suit? If you're gonna suit and then flat Earth, like really, I feel like if you put the suit on, it's really not going to be that much of a taper off to once you start talking about how
underestimate the power of a $400.
It's true. It's the dinosaur space aliens from the planet Xenu that are coming, and
that's a little bit more than $400. I think you have to pay like $100,000.
And then I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you how to get ready for those dinosaur space alien lizards.
Those damn lizards. Though apparently my family is supposed to be lizards, I've been trying to turn into a Hold on.
You on a heating rock right now, Amy?
I know. I should go like lay on a lava lamp or something. This isn't fair. I want control of the world, the media. Oh my goddess. I am. Look, these prejudiced people have entitled me to a lot. I should be controlling the world right now, but
confirmed.
There's always
a scaly. Confirmed.
Speaking of medications, just saying.
Dark Dawkins?
Just want to make sure Amy's been taking all of hers. I'm concerned.
Well, I will say there's always room for more. When I always go to pick up the old estradiol, I always make the same joke when I talk to like the pharmacy people. I'm always like, it's never the fun drugs. And then they always give me the exact same expression, which is, what are the fun drugs? I'm like, Jesus, just making a joke. Okay, whatever. Anyway, I hope you all had a fun time on this episode.
That's the competition. That's the competition you're talking about.
Shrinkage.
Aaron's magic rod. Oh my. You gotta have, I know, can't have shrinkage. It was a mighty rod. There were 12. It was kind of hot if you're into that kind of thing.
They all came, right?
They all did. All did eventually, as long as you get there. Where Aaron Ra, the one and only, got a hot magic rod. We then talked about how to redeem your firstborn sons, tithing, and a big old cow. No, I'm not hating. They did her all wrong. I'm telling you. If you're rubbing someone's blood, even another animal, around an altar.
Spray more blood, Amy.
More blood. No, it's science. Definitely science. I want to thank my co-host, James W., with our guests, Nick, Jimmy, Mark, and Pat. Woohoo! Along with our awesome mods who make this stream so great the lovely people in chat, and viewers like you. If you enjoyed the show, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Woohoo! And then hit that bell icon because that's how you get reminders to join our live streams. Though if you'd like to join us, we'll be heading to the Discord afterwards to chat with the community, the link of which is in the description below. My one hard drive is being a silly Billy, so we're doing midnight ranting music tonight. And finally, if you would like to help us make even more fun content, we offer unique perks for your support at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, but we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good
Skeptic
night,
balls.
everyone. Mwah.
Like Spaceballs. Remember Spaceballs?
Exactly. Good movie. I wish they made movies like that.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Ludicrous